Hello, everybody. Restarting soon. Just gonna wait for Luke and Ty to get on, and we'll get on with it. So we're gonna do like a bit of project planning for the next few hours first.
Let's play pinball. Congratulations. You scored 0.
Oh. Other skill sets. Streaming. Did it for about a year now, so I classify that as an experienced skill set. Cool. So looking to soon, they're going to be like about 10, 20 minutes. Something good quality. Quality's really been deteriorated. remind myself I got a bloody another test I got to do. Okay. So yeah, so this is the kind of game project we figured of doing, where it's like a tiny rooms replica, their own variation of this. So we're aiming for mobile platform using the Unreal Engine and C++. We're just trying to gather, because the first step we have to do is obviously project planning, gathering every single kind of features we need to add. This is why we're using a Jira board as well. Well, wasp. Oh, you better get the fuck out of here, dude. Fuck out of here. Yeah, or you're gonna die. Yeah. Showed him who's boss. Ah! Attack my fucking wasps on stream. Fuck off, wasps. It's September. Holy fuck. One thing I'll miss about Brighton. When I didn't have to deal with any wasps out there. Right, okay. Story points. Story points. Isn't that what I need to do? Hide when empty. Context field, status, assigning report, development, release panels, labels, description fields. Ugh. Ah, go story points. I listen to the same goddamn song. I got two of the same one. Right. I got two conflicts. What the fuck? Hey. Then again, it's decided by team, isn't it? Why you bother changing that one? Okay. Whatever. Okay. Hello, Ty.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
What's up, buddy? Turn the music down a little bit. Jesus.
Huh?
Sorry, just turn the music down.
Oh. Oh man, I am not. I was gonna say not a morning person, but it's not even the morning, so I guess it doesn't really count.
Yeah, so maybe you need to wake up earlier, Ty. I mean, maybe that'll help. No.
No.
No worries.
I could, but I could also not.
But also not. Oh, that's so chill. How's your weekend?
What did I do over the weekend? I'm pretty sure I did something. I had Nan over. Bit
Yeah?
Stuff.
All good, yeah?
Yeah, because it was her birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Ty,
Yesterday.
understand?
But because she doesn't celebrate her birthday, she's Jehovah's Witness. We just have her over for like dinner and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. It's
We
nice.
just kind of do that.
That's nice.
I'm pretty sure I did something. I worked yesterday.
Hmm.
Oh right, yeah, because it was on Friday we had her over for dinner, I think. Or was it Saturday? I can't actually fucking remember. I don't know. It was alright though. It was good.
Yeah. Good.
You?
Not much to be honest. Just mostly chatting earlier, really. Chatting. Not really doing much to be honest. I'm trying to like take a bit of a back burner on the job seeking and shit. Starting to affect my mental health now.
That's fair enough.
Because like that.
And good.
Yeah. Well, it's just like trying to find something, and it's like literally just a rejection after rejection after rejection. It gets kind of boring after a while.
Pretty much just written this year off. Like this year is just nothing to me now. I'm just wait until next year.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, as long as you got a plan, I think that's probably the most important thing. You that you're set and you're happy. You said, right, this year I just want to focus on doing this before I do that, and then, well, there you are. Then you're already pretty much halfway there because you already have a plan. Me, I'm like trying to go, well, I want to try and do this, try and get in the industry within the first couple of months, and then work from there on. And if not, I'll try and do this, or maybe try and do that, and then shit like that. What I'm really doing is winding myself up. So I was like, right, fuck it. I'm gonna take probably like a month off doing job hunting and then try again after this. I've got some exam coming up tomorrow with Codemasters. So I was like, oh, okay. Because the recruiter approached me, and I was like, yeah, sure, okay, I'll do your test. Let's see how that goes. If it's harder than Gobo, I'll get fucked. Because I think Luke looked at Studio Gobo's one. I think he like kind of was like me, going, "Oh, okay." So yeah, I think.
Absolutely fucking fisted.
Oh, big time, mate. If you thought OpenGL was fucking like he's getting fisted, this is like a C++ level of getting fisted, and I was like, holy shit, so what the fuck? Yeah. Ooh. Fuck.
If it's working, holy shit.
Well, I think it was just like how over. I think it was just like it was overly complicated for a reason. Because they work with some of the biggest names in the industry, like Warner Brothers and Ubisoft. So they clearly after someone who can maximize their profit without spending so much money on a junior to train. They want a junior who's practically got like 5-6 years worth of industry experience effectively. And yeah, it's tough, but it's fine. So, but whereas like the smaller indie ones, I reckon people like 4J, if I wasn't just like so reluctant on learning C++, after uni finished, I probably would have passed their exam quite easily, and they'd got the job. But because I hadn't touched it for like 7 months, because I was just doing everything in Blueprints, I was like, I just cannot be bothered. I don't know Unreal C++, and they always say you should always have a good understanding of C++ before you start an Unreal C++ project. So I was like, right, okay. So fuck that. So yeah, that was a bit of a clusterfuck. But here we are. So yeah, I just want to focus on doing this for the next like month or two, and then maybe have a crack back at it again. And I've always got my masters that I'm considering of doing anyway. Figure like going to Kingston or something like that. It's a uni in London. Yeah, they're like
Kingston.
yeah, they're like one of the top 20 unis in the country. So
What would you do there?
I still do game programming effectively. It's a master's course, but they'll be involving things like obviously like actual developing AI and graphics and all that kind of shit in group projects. So I think it'll just be a very intense development course, which is good because I just want to keep building up my portfolio and keep learning, really. It keeps me out of trouble for another year.
Sorry about that one.
Well, give me a couple of minutes and I'll get in trouble.
Probably.
Yeah. I messaged Luke. He said that he was gonna get himself some lunch and that he would be on later. Blah blah blah. So I gather he's gonna be here soon, ish.
Got my lunch right here.
Oof.
I got a nice little tomato and chicken pasta pot.
Ooh, very nice.
And
Very
a cup of
jealous.
tea.
And a cup of tea.
Hell yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, I just had like some leftover pasta bake from last night that I made for the family, and then yeah, just slapped that in the microwave and done. Here we are. What we're gonna do. Yeah, I just set up a Jira project for our staff, and like trying to get some testing going on, making sure I remembered what I learned a few days ago. I used Jira, so I'll probably need to get like an email address. An email address of you and Luke at some point. It doesn't have to be this time round, but when we start on the project, it'll probably be helpful. It's stuff you won't have to learn much. It's just more like you know how it's structured and what to drag and drop and say, okay, that's done for review kind of thing.
I can't imagine it'd be that hard to kind of get
Nah,
anyway.
I don't think so. I think it's something you and Luke, for what you need to learn how to use it, it's literally like an hour, I reckon, to if that, to get grips with it. I mean, everything that I can present to you would make sense anyway, and go, well, this is what this means, and this is what that means, and blah 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 blah. I mean, I'm streaming now, so you don't have to do it now or anything like that. But it's like you can see what I'm doing, so you can kind of understand of how it works. Then get on with it afterwards, because we're starting this. I think what was it, October 1st? We said that we are going to start this, so we still got a week and a half until we really start. So I think we just have to get like rest of this week. It's more like getting the infrastructure ready to get on with it. So things like me and Luke repositories, I guess where you're going to put your models and all that, because when you start developing, me and Luke can just like download them effectively. Oh, hi Mark. Oh. Thanks, Ty. My longest subscriber.
Absolutely.
Feels good, man.
What's
Hey, how's it going?
Give me. How are you guys?
Yeah, doing good.
Nice.
Did I do that right? I can't remember. I got the XQC, you know, that fucking that Pixar animation that guy did on XQC's channel. I got Peepo Wave and Peepo Arrive. I was like, I gotta have them. They're fucking great. Oh dear. Yeah, well, that pays for my Mad Cats playlist for a month. There you go. Fucking hell.
Oh, I forgot you're streaming.
Yeah, behave yourself, Luke. Behave yourself.
Yeah, I forgot as well until you mentioned it.
Yeah,
Let's be on the best behavior.
yeah, best behaviour. Oh dear. Well, it's because I'm also showcasing this on LinkedIn, I think. Well, I did connect it on Restream, so theoretically we got it on Twitter. Oh no, we don't have Twitter. Facebook. What else? Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, LinkedIn, and DLive? Or did I get rid of DLive? I got. No one watches DLive anyway. This,
I want to copyright my own voice. You have to, and I'll copyright strike it so that every time I talk, it's all nothing.
It's muted.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Ty, you were muted, buddy. You're muted. I don't know how that works actually.
Copy strike PewDiePie.
This is GDPR rules, isn't it? I don't know if that affects it, or is it? Well, I'm not taking any information, am I? Really?
GDP. What are you talking about?
GDPR, you know the
Oh, but you're taking Ty's voice data,
yeah,
the audio data of his voice. So
could do.
Apparently, I think that actually is something that you can copyright.
is it?
I think so. Or it's not. Well, it was funny because for my it's definitely like sensitive information.
Hmm.
I mean, if you requested it, yeah. I know
Because
if you requested
when I-
it, you change.
When I did my final project, I had to do that ethics form thing because I got my mum's voice in it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
true.
I said, "Well, I have to do the ethics form," and I think just to be on the safe side, yeah, you should. So yeah,
Fair enough.
I managed to do mine without having to do any of the ethics stuff whatsoever. I was
Yeah.
quite pleased about.
Me and Almus just agreed that there was no point me even doing any studies with it. I just did what I needed to do and be done with it. Just hypothetical case studies was the other way of doing it.
got
Yeah.
IT.
Yeah, Luke, I've got another test tomorrow.
Another test.
Codemasters. This will be fun.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
There we go. Like because it's like Formula One related, I gather they're going to give me something. Well, quite funny. So you know, if the wind resistance of Lewis Hamilton's car was this magnitude, you know, this speed and this velocity, and then we square root that, and if he was on Mars, what would his speed be? Should go. I'm out. Gonna leave.
Because he wouldn't be driving on fucking Mars. for God's sake.
Well, first and foremost, his petrol wouldn't combust properly. There you go. There you go. Solved it. Looking at stuff. Go back.
But what's gravity on Mars like anyway?
It's
Like, surely the car
weaker than
wouldn't be
Earth.
like- Is it?
It'd probably just fly away when it reaches a certain speed. I should know, wouldn't it?
Life on Mars.
It just takes off like the old Le Mans cars.
Oh god, yeah.
They start doing backflips.
Jesus Christ. That's
Ah.
fucking crazy though.
Hmm.
Right, so if you are watching what I'm looking at now,
I closed it.
oh, okay, well, fuck you too.
Got it open.
I can open it again. That's fine.
Oh no, I guess it's more like showing how I create things that we're doing
Got it.
for like project planning and all that. So
You could screen share on Discord.
I could do.
You could.
Well, it's no big deal. It
Okay.
makes it's no big deal for me.
I mean, whatever's easier, I suppose.
I mean, whatever's anything's fun for me. You got that?
I'll just watch this stream. Then I can type in chat.
Yeah, dude, shit. Then you can shit on me. What is this? Yeah, definitely try hard. So from what I've been told with regards to, okay, so this is the project backlog. This is just every single feature that we're going to possibly think of to add to this game. Stories are just effectively large requirements. It depends on the team what they classify as, because you got tasks and you got stories. Stories we can just classify as general things that we want added to the game for our user to interact with. So as a user, I'd like to be able to interact with the scene with my finger. So that's something that we would, that would obviously be a main feature. But when it comes to something more detailed to add to that, so like smooth scene transition when we move the camera, if that makes sense. So the green means more general functionality. The blue tick just means more. You can't even fucking see that, can you? No, you can on the Discord, can't you? So the blue tick just means something more specific in general of that.
Alright.
Okay.
So that's kind of like how I was thinking of labeling it. So these things here, you see they're more like labels, so they're like epic links. So large pieces of work, we'll just use it to separate between programming and modeling effectively. So if you wanted to separate, so for example, if we're like in project planning for the month, you would just click on something like this and you can see all the backlogs that relate to you. And you go, right, okay, I'll pick a high priority one. And then, if you wanted to create more, so it's like, I don't know, make sofa asset. Stuff like that. And you just, I don't know. If you wanted to make it priority, you just go, low or something like that. And then you'd basically, with the project backlog, so if we were going to have a sprint, or something, I just forget to use this actually. That's pretty solid. Oh, there you go, create a sprint. So if you wanted to, for the sprint that I'll create in the future, you drag into this what you feel that you can do for the month effectively, or the 3 weeks. So you just go, right, okay, this is a major priority one. So I'm definitely going to do that. So I just want to try to do one priority every sprint, and then you'd add whatever you want to add to it. If it'll allow me to fucking add it. There you go. So then we'd start the sprint, and we can all separate what we want to do. So we don't see anything in this sprint at all because we're the programmers. So it's just more like you're not overwhelmed by all these things being added.
The sprint is kind of almost like a to-do list.
Effectively, of the current to-do list.
Yeah.
The backlog is effectively the everything
Yeah.
to do.
Okay, I got you.
They're all filters. There you go. So things like priority, that's pretty self-explanatory. For example, we're definitely going to need to be able to have manipulating the scene. That's clearly a priority for me and Luke to sort, because we need obviously scene manipulation effectively, because that's obviously a very large important feature we need to have. With regards to versions, that's just got to do with like the version that we push out. For example, if we just did Ty's living room and we did it fully working, that would be everything in version 1, and then version 2 would be everything else after that. So version 2 would be like my room next time or something like that, and then we'll work on that, and that'll be version 2 outputted. So that's all it comes to labels and anything and stuff like that. Things like estimate. I would like to try and do time estimates, because that kind of like gives us an estimate of like how long it does take us to do this work, so we can kind of schedule accordingly and properly every sprint that we do. And we can see with things like burn down charts, which we'll get to another time. But basically, imagine this red line here on the burn up chart is the amount of things that we need to do, and that changes over time. We have more features being added, maybe, or bugs that may pop up, and then the green line is meant to signify how close we're getting to finishing the amount of tasks at the top. So it's meant to show us a time frame of getting towards the end. Let's say that's Christmas, and we're working our way up to that. So, but that's another time. But the most important thing that you two would need to learn to understand would be obviously adding stuff to the backlog and being able to move stuff. So imagine in the current sprint, for example. So when we start out, we're going to have everything in to do effectively. So the sprint starts, everything we said that we're going to do for this sprint would be in the to-do list, and then we go, right, okay, on Wednesday I am intending to start doing, let's say, the camera movement. So we drag it from to do into progress, and then when that's done, we'll add another column like review, and then done, and then that's that done. Then we go back and reiterate through the other stuff of the current sprint backlog. So so those are the only two things you two will need to worry about. That's just so I don't have to be moving everything and then making mistakes of like, have we done it or have we not, blah blah blah. So that is all you two will have to worry about on that.
Seems straightforward enough.
Yeah, so that's the general gist of what we're using Jira for. Anything with regards to creating sprints or I'll sort that out, because it won't take long, so it's no big deal. But I know Jira. What I need to do is I will need to have your emails at some point, so I can invite you into this Jira project, so you can add what you need to add, and update wherever you want to, kind of thing. Blah blah. That's it, really, on Jira. Yeah. Any
This will be
question?
My throwaway email, my proper email. There you go.
Alright, okay. Tar very much. How do I invite people again? Project thing. Nope. There you go. User management.
Mark's just leaked all his emails.
Well, I moved it out of the way just so at least Twitch can't see it. Obviously, you'll still be able to see it because I think it's the actual screen itself.
Yeah, I wasn't watching the Twitch one.
Yeah, but I moved it away so no one can tell. So you should have got an email, Ty. You should have full access to it. Yeah.
I haven't even made an account yet.
Yeah, you'll need to make an account. So you should have access to all my Jira stuff.
Okay.
Got yours. Send it.
What type of team do you work in? Marketing, finance, customer service, legal, sales, operations.
Oh wait, have I got to set up an account?
Yeah, it's free though.
Alright.
Um,
Welcome to your Jira project. Thanks, man.
trusted. So yeah, can update product settings, add new products, and invite music.
Wait, did you have this like claim your site thing come up?
Claim your site.
No, I don't think so.
Mm.
Remember reading that anyway. Jesus.
What time did you go to bed?
XQC finished playing Among Us.
No, I don't watch XQC play Among Us anymore.
Oh, fair enough.
It's too ranked. I don't enjoy watching those ranked lobbies anymore.
Oh god, there's actual ranked lobbies now.
Well, as in there's lobbies, there's like people who play it to win, so like XQC and
Yeah,
Train
yeah.
and stuff like that. I mean, there's also people who play it just for the fucking fun of it, like Mizkif and Lakari, people like that.
Yeah,
So I like to watch them play Among Us now. I don't watch XQC play it anymore.
yeah, it's fair enough.
He's doing Minecraft speedruns now, which is actually so sick.
I was actually watching that. He got quite lucky at one of the early runs. I think he was right
Yeah,
next
his
to a
speed.
yeah his encampment. He was right next to
His
the
speed was so sick.
yeah. And he still fucked it up.
Yeah.
XQC'd. Yeah. No, I've got into doing a bit of speed running. I was doing Hades. I was able to beat my personal best by like 2 minutes. So I was able to complete Hades, which can be an hour to complete. I can do it within about under 15 minutes now.
No.
So it's a short speed run in comparison, let's say like San Andreas and all that, but it's good fun.
Yeah, I get you.
Fucking hell, San Andreas would be a tough one to speedrun.
Oh yeah,
So many missions are easy to fuck up in that.
yeah.
Actually, like such a hard game.
Right. Okay. So I've given you both trusted, so you should be able to add stuff. So
You sure that's a good idea to trust us both?
TMI.
it's fine. It's fine. I get email updates every fucking 10 seconds telling me when there's a change that's been made.
Mark, I just clicked the red button.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Delete? Oh no.
What does this do?
Okay. Maybe not trusted then. But yeah, it's Project 01, classic software project. You should be able.
Can we change the name of the project?
I don't know if you want to now.
Can we call it Big PP project.
Project PP.
Yeah, Project Big PP.
When we're done.
Hmm.
When we're done. Yeah, it becomes the most people on Jira software wants to be on this project, Big PP project.
Too right, they want to be a part of our project. The Big PP project.
Yeah. Everyone would.
Game started.
The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. Pizza, pizza,
So
Actually, Mark, I have a question about Unreal Engine and
Oh boy.
using it.
Oh boy, yeah, that was finally off the next thing I was gonna say actually. So how the
Unreal Engine and what?
fuck are we gonna do that?
And Git. So, like, how are we gonna be able to share code essentially?
So
'Cause
I
know
thought,
there's.
like for me, it's not too much of an issue because I'm not
No.
doing any code. But I did wonder how you guys were gonna go about that.
I know there's like.
Yeah.
Is it Perforce?
Yeah. There
They've
yeah.
actually got support in Unreal Engine, but as
Hmm.
far as I was aware, I don't think Git was too easy to use with.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Well, it's something that I wanted us definitely to focus on for this week. You know, obviously while we're learning Unreal was to figure out how we're going to do our repository effectively using yeah. I'm pretty sure there's an inbuilt repository tool, but yeah, but it's still the same from the last time we tried doing it. It became quite convoluted. And yeah, like involved Perforce and all that kind of shit. I reckon that's something I can I can look up today in detail. Or we can both look at it at some point over the week. Because obviously the most important thing is that we're getting the same info, and then we test it a little bit, see if we need to look out for anything, and then if it works, it works. If not, we'll just have to do, I guess, the dirty way of like just sending file updates to each other.
Which is not going to be the most convenient way of handling things, but I mean, it could be like it would be a lot worse if we had more people programming. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, if it's just the two of us, it'd be alright. I think Ty, you're gonna have to be on putting all your assets up on that fucking website, whatever it's called, the one that Karina made us use at some point with that photogrammetry stuff. I forgot what it's called now. But I do know.
Yeah, that's
Sketchfab.
Yeah, Sketchfab. So that's probably where you're gonna have to put all your stuff. So me and Luke can just download it and take it. Because I think you trying to upload that kind of stuff is just going to take forever.
Well, wait, hang on.
Unless you can just. The only problem is, that artists, it's nothing against Ty, but artists should not be touching version control at all.
I have no intention in touching it.
Because I was talking to us like a year ago, over a year back, some guy from Sumo Digital was like saying, "Oh yeah, well the only people that touch version control in the game are the programmers. The artists are forbidden, absolutely forbidden from touching it. Like I don't touch their sketch pads and all that kind of shit, and they don't touch version control."
Yeah.
Yeah. But what I'll do is Google Docs.
Oh shit, it's still here. Wait, what the fuck? Yo,
What's up?
my fucking thing that I did, my what's it, photogrammetry thing, it's had
Yeah.
75 views on Sketchfab and it's had
Yeah.
6 downloads.
What?
6 people have downloaded it. It's so bad as well.
Show us a picture of it and let's show it to the stream. Let's show your work, Ty.
Oh no, I'm embarrassed though.
I'm trying to find mine.
Because it's got all of these like extra vertices around it, and it looks like grey gloop. You ever play Portal?
Yeah, I've played Paul.
You know, like the repulsion gel, all that gloopy stuff that you can like bounce on.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's like it's been covered in that. Let me just send you.
Oh, that's funny.
There you go. I sent that link in the chat, Mark.
See if I can find mine.
It's annoying because I don't remember. Something must have happened to the other one because I don't remember this one being the final one.
So have you linked it?
In your.
Oh, Twitch chat. Sorry, I'm looking at something. Oh no, I can't see it. It's three asterisks.
I got a 3D scanned chair that you guys did.
Oh, then my fucking head was what Charlie did of me. Oh dear. Oh, that's sick.
Oh, that's actually good. You haven't seen mine. Mine's like, just a massive white turd.
Yeah, but you can see all that, like the. I couldn't get rid of it. I don't know how it. I don't know what it was. But all of that grey stuff, just kind of around the body. I've just been. No.
That's pretty. 6 downloads, eh? 6
Yeah,
downloads, eh?
on stream. Luke, how did you know what I was gonna say?
Because I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Oh god.
Oh, you're insane.
That's pretty fucking sick, man. Is it?
Yeah, it's alright. It's not too bad.
Like, considering the amount of, yeah.
6 people have downloaded that. I feel like I've scammed them.
Goddamn Kumas.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man. Considering the amount of detail there is there on the model, though, that's very good.
It's actually got the textures. Mine didn't even keep the textures.
Yeah. That's cool.
Oh, another thing is, what version of Unreal Engine are we going to use?
Good
So we're
point.
gonna use the same version.
Good point. Let me look which one I'm using. Yeah, because we have to stick with it.
I think it's
I feel like 4.2.4 now.
4, yeah. That's what
Well,
I'm thinking.
Yeah, because I haven't actually downloaded it yet because I wanted to find out.
I think mine's 4.24.4 is the one I'm using at the moment. I think I'd have to check though.
Right.
Maybe we should look at what the book's given us, Luke. We should know the book that we're working from.
Actually, that's a good point because the architecture might have changed.
Yeah,
Very
well,
slightly.
we're now at 4.25. I think he said that he was on 4.24.
I'm just booting
I
up
think.
Kindle. I'll
Yeah.
have a quick look.
Let's go search.
Oh wait, I've got it listed on the front. No.
That.
About Unreal Engine.
Oh.
I forgot UE5 would be out soon.
Look like he
He's-
mentioned.
It looks like he's using 4. Oh yeah, there's a screenshot. It says 4.20.3.
203. 4.203.
Yeah. 4.20.
Okay.
So I would say that's the one he's using.
Okay. How do we get update that? Oh, it's fucking through Epic Store, isn't it? I have to fucking. Let's go for Epic's Games Launcher. It's the one weird thing I find about it.
Yeah, it's a shit launcher.
Yeah, it's
It's absolute garbage.
What engine? Yeah, no worries. Oh, wait, that it? Library. Aha! There we go. GitHub source. Oh, there you go. Cool. Okay, so that's sorted. Install. Listen to my music.
which one are we using?
We are using 4.20.3.
4.20.3.
Mm.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, it's because me and Luke are working off this book. It's best not to deviate from it. Because if we get to the shitter, this is weirdly enough the most recent book that's been updated. So it's the most recent book on Unreal. Everything else just yeah, cool, nice one. So GitHub source, what the fuck's that? Oh, look at that. Okay. Look at Luke's. Oh yeah, the Fallout dude. How many pictures did you take of yours, Ty? You must have took a shitload.
No, it was like just under 100. I think it was like 96.
Okay. Okay.
I think I changed. I did like. I want to say like 5 degrees for each turn,
Yeah. Fair enough.
and I
Huh?
did that 3 times. Like one on the bottom left, like bottom side, middle, and top. So I think it was like 96.
That's fair enough. That's good. That's really good, dude. Alright.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Alright. Unreal. And GitHub. Source control and engine, eh? Webinar. Oh, it's a webinar. For this.
No. Oh, it's like it's an online seminar, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll be right back, boys.
No, let's take some. Oh, sick. Okay. Okay. This can work.
Anything like that. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this webinar for Unreal Engine on source control or version control, if you prefer, inside of the Unreal Engine. My name is Matthew Doyle, and I will be your host for the day. The first thing we'll do today is look at a brief explanation of what version control is and how it can benefit your workflow. Then we'll look at the 4 options that we have available to us inside of Unreal, and those include Perforce, Git, Subversion, and Plastic SCM. We'll go over the pros and cons of each option, and we'll look at the basic setup and usage inside of the Unreal Editor. Version or source control is essentially just a way for you to store different versions of your files. In fact, you can store versions of your files going all the way back to when you first created your project. You can even add new files to the version control, remove files from the version control, and while you can use version control by yourself, it works great for collaborating with a team. The simplest form of version control is to use something like Dropbox, or simply to use your local hard drive to store different versions of your project. But these options are not very robust or scalable. In a professional environment, you're going to want to use a professional source control management or SCM tool. Professional version control tools are going to allow you to track the changes of your file or keep a history of those changes. And those changes are going to include who changed the file, what was changed, when the file was changed, and why it was changed. Generally, the way it works is you will merge your changes that you make on your local computer into a master source of truth. And this is probably going to be a remote repository containing all of the changes ever made, as well as the current state of the project. And if there are ever any problems, the good thing about source control or version control is that you can roll back the changes to any previous version. You can roll back the entire project, or you can roll back just specific files. We have 4 options available to us in Unreal Engine for version control. Those options include Git, Perforce, Subversion, and Plastic SCM. Plastic SCM being the newest addition.
So does
Okay, so
okay.
here's the basic workflow that we're
Yeah, this link that I gave you is about a webinar on how to set it up. So,
Isn't it
Look-
the Patreon logo?
which that one? I don't know. Does look like it. I don't think it. I think it's Perforce. I don't think it is Perforce. Is it?
Management tools, and those icons have been placed next to each step. So first of all, usually what you want to do is you want to pull the latest from your server repo, from your remote repo. This way you get any changes or work that other users have done. And this is basically the same for all of your source control.
Okay, so the only problem using Git, I feel then, if this is the case, is that Ty would still have to be able to make version control pushes. So I don't know if there are other options that seem easier for artists to push stuff through. So may have to use something else apart from GitHub. Or
Unless
What's
one
up,
solution
bitches?
is we have two separate branches.
yeah,
We have a code branch and then an asset branch. Tie uploads to the asset branch,
hmm
and then we can merge it with the code branch when we need to.
okay,
And in that way, it means that the code is safe.
okay. It's safe from Ty. Okay, that's all I need to hear. No.
I am scared, I'm just gonna-
No. It's fine. Because
Honestly,
yeah.
just make it so that I am not able to push or pull or however we're doing it. I just don't give me access to the fucking code branch. There you go.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough. It was more like I think what happened when we did the JavaScript project is because we had one branch and it's actually ill-advised to have one branch. You should have the master branch as effectively the backup, and then we have like the beta branch, whether to all the things that we're testing and we're going to push. Does this all work? Is it all fine? Any problems? Okay, make that replace the master branch, and we'll update the master branch, and then done. Continue on from there. Because what we did last time, we were all like majorly updating the master branch continuously, and that was like a big headache. Yeah,
Things got fucked.
things got a bit fucked.
I think we had Tom made some changes, which had fixed some things, but they'd fixed things on an old version.
Yeah.
And so that when we used it, we had to rewrite features because it had overwritten them with the old code.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a
such a ball like.
bit of a beef, really.
But we will have a more structured way, and we'll write down some instructions as well. That people are comfortable with, and say, right, okay, I know how to do it now without having to read off from an instruction manual. Yeah, to all senses. But yeah, we're still gonna have that master branch as a main backup. So I guess the master branch then will be like almost like updated every day. Well, we're doing it like every sprint.
With the master branch, I'd say what we could do is have maybe a branch per sprint,
Mm,
and then we just merge it with the master branch
Okay.
at the end of the sprint once we've reviewed everything.
okay.
And so what we have is like the master branch is like the almost perfect.
Yeah, the working product.
Yeah, that's the word. The
Okay.
working product.
Okay, that's fair. Okay.
I think that would work.
Okay. I suppose, yeah, it might be worthwhile having, I guess, a pre-backup of previous days' work as well. Because the longer the gap that we have, and we make a mistake, the further back we're going to have to reset and do everything all over again. So it'd be worthwhile making sure that we have, okay, a somewhat of working product, somewhat everish every day, but it's just something that we can just go, okay, I've only lost like a day's work, I haven't lost 2 weeks worth, because that is seriously deflating. I don't want to have to look up YouTube or Stack Overflow again.
Bro.
Yeah. Well, we can go into the details as we get closer. But yeah, I mean, this looks pretty interesting to look into. It's about an hour long, but I think it goes over all 4 of them, so I don't think it's.
Nice.
I think just give an example of how you do it in GitHub. Yeah, that's GitHub. Yeah. Still downloading. Okay, so if we could all look at that at some point, we only have to look at GitHub, I suppose, or Ty, if you feel like you want to look through all of them, if you will feel more comfortable with one of them, more so than the other, we can discuss that another day or something this week. Because you know, I think at the end of the day, really, it's just as long as it's a repository and it's going to do its job, and we're safe, and it's safe. That's all I really give a shit about. Then again, GitHub does look like it.
I mean, you guys will probably be doing most of that stuff anyway, so I'll just, if you guys decide on one, I'll just learn.
Let's do
about
Git
one,
then.
you know?
We might just do GitHub then, because me and Luke at least have some experience in it.
Yeah.
Anything else would just be like going, well, I'm not too sure.
We'd have to learn how to use those and stuff.
Yeah, and to be honest, GitHub does only takes like a couple of hours to relearn anyway. So, yeah, okay, okay, cool. Any other concerns on that, or we're just gonna see what this gives us?
I'm fine.
Okay. Before we get on to doing all the backlog stuff, I just quickly wanted to ask this question. How's the learning progress? Do you still feel comfortable starting on the 1st of October, or would you like to leave it for another week or two?
Let's see. Yeah, I'm fine.
Luke, if you want another week or two, that's fine by me.
I'll see how things go. Because the thing is, I can probably like use that book as a reference.
Hmm.
If you see what I mean. So like, if I kind of work, I'll start reading it. Start reading it at some point this week, and but yeah, I would have thought like it would get to a point where I'll mostly just be using that book as a reference more than anything. So
Yeah, I suppose we'll kind of be like muddying through it. I would have thought anyway. If we did have another week or two, so we might as well just like get used to it, get stuck in, and then just fix the problems as we go along. I'm pretty sure you and me can go fix anything really. All three of us can pretty much fix any problem that comes across anyway. We'll make do. Okay, so October 1st it is then. Ty, were you able to look up any art styles, or are we just going to go somewhat what Tiny Room had? This kind of art style, like low poly kind of stuff.
Holy shit, something's just started playing. Hang on, what the fuck is that? Alright, there it is. Fucking hell, some fucking advertisement on another tab started playing. Fucking loud.
Oh
What did you
yeah.
say at the end? Something to do with art styles.
Yeah. Sorry, we were discussing last time we were chatting was like you were going to investigate maybe like art styles. You wanted like a heads up on of what we're doing, so you could think of some art styles that you could add to the game. Did you have any?
Yeah.
Did you have any ideas or?
Well, I think just that kind of, because I don't think there's very many different types of low poly. If we want to go with low poly kind of stuff, I think it, that's fine. But as for like different versions of it, I didn't actually look into that.
Okay.
I don't think it'll be too much to see. I just want to kind of
Keep it simple. Get used to the.
yeah, because if it is simple, I mean the art shouldn't be that difficult.
I mean, this kind of art style here is perfectly fine. It's professional look to me and all that. So
Clean.
yeah, and it's clean.
Clean.
Yeah.
I like a lot.
Okay, so we'll just stick to Tiny Room art style. Similar spell. Similar to Tiny Room. Okay, so sorting that out. Planned. Okay. Yep. Yep. Let's do that next. Are there any other concerns before we talk about features of the game? Like in Jira, or we all happy at the moment?
I'm happy.
Why? Any concerns?
Nope.
Okay. Well, like I say, just give me a shout if there are any problems or anything like that, or any concerns that you've thought of over the next few days and all that. Blah blah blah. We'll address it before we actually start this. Okay, dokie. So yeah, like me and Ty are downloading 4.20.3, so
Yep.
that's almost done now. So we all have the same version now. That. Since you're going to work, what I'll try and do is I will go through the video myself over the rest of the day and see if I can get it working. And if you're not too shattered, or we can leave it until tomorrow, you can see, yeah, I can gain access to this, and we'll just leave it blank, and then we'll maybe try a few things a couple of days from now, and making sure that, yeah, okay, we're getting the updates, we're following the plan, blah 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 blah. We'll all understand where we are on that. Okay, so I'll do that later today. Right, okay. I guess the only thing we really got to focus on now is getting all the game features now that we get from the tiny room. Effective game features.
Just a quick with the installation options for the. It was 4.20.3, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which did you untick, like the starter content shit?
It doesn't really matter. I think the only real significant thing is as long as we've got, because you can just delete it and it'd be a blank sheet again.
And we're aiming for, is it Android, isn't it?
Yeah, Android. Also, if you can have it as that the project will be C++ and Blueprints, just in case that we need to use Blueprints at any point, we have the option to use it. I think C++ Priority Project already has Blueprints associated with it anyway. You're just going through settings to change it. Sorry, Ty, what were you saying? What were you saying?
I can't remember. I don't think it was anything important.
Okay.
I think it was something about the starter content. Oh, yeah, it was just like, I generally don't use the starter content, but I feel like it's not bad to have it, because like Mark said, you can just delete it anyway.
Yeah, it's just more stuff, yeah.
We could just use it as like placeholders or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a few things that we could do, Luke, with the scene. You know, things like manipulating the scene with, you know, our finger and all that. You know, things that Ty will eventually bring in with his own level, and then we can do a manipulation after that. So there are some things we can do with a placeholder.
I'm not gonna do the template stuff. Because I suppose we'll be creating it. We want to just have it like a completely fresh project, really. So there's no chuff in there from like.
Yeah, keep it as black, as vanilla as possible.
Alright. So I shall. Right, I'll tick Android. We're not targeting any others at the moment, are we?
Not really.
Suppose
Not
we
really.
download the things.
I mean, if you wanted to make it, I mean, I think putting this game, for example, on the Android store is like $25 or something like that.
Oh, really?
I think, or is it more than that? I can't remember. I do remember it being a process that, you know, I know Apple's a little bit stricter because you're not allowed to have any gambling games on it on the Apple store. So I had an indie friend who I had an indie friend who had like a game.
That's such bollocks. You're not allowed to have gambling games on there, but you can probably have a game that's free with microtransactions, loot box design, Which is exactly the same thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's hidden in a fucking game
Yeah.
mechanic, it makes it okay.
Yeah, because he made a game where you're using cards effectively, but with the currency that you're using wasn't anything to do with any microtransactions. So you weren't spending real money buying coins for the gambling. You just the microtransactions and all that loot boxes were still there. You know, if you're won, all that kind of stuff. But because it involved actual gambling, it was too closely related. Cards and loot boxes are too closely related, so they considered gambling a gambling game and said like no. But yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, funny old world, but that's Apple for you. Okay. So I gather because we were just going to work off your living room, weren't we, Ty, as the first scene? So I gather your mission then, if you understand how to use Jira, would be to effectively in the product backlog saying, okay, in the high level stuff, saying, right, we're going to make Ty's living room as a scene that we want to investigate and solve. That you go, right, these are all the assets I need to do effectively, and put it in there, so you can add it to the sprint of what you feel comfortable with, if that makes sense.
So let me. Right, I'm on the backlog. I'm gonna go down to
Create
Wait.
issue.
create what?
So there should be like a create issue logo.
Create issue,
Yeah, so you click on that, and then if you can click on the green tab and just go like maybe like task, if you're talking about something specific, like saying I want to create a vase, effectively vase that will be inputted into scene 1.
What can I? Alright, so can I make it so that it's like? I don't know
Sh-
if you get live updates on this thing, but if I
Yeah, I would.
what's the difference? Alright, what's the difference between story and task?
Okay, so the funny thing about it is that's usually represented by however we perceive it. So initially a story is like I'm enacting an actual situation. So as you see what I've done as a user, I would like to interact with the scene of my finger. That's an actual story event happening. So it's like this is the kind of feature I want applied to the game, whereas something like a task is much more succinct, more specific, saying that
Okay.
I want to have 4 camera positions, for example, that I can move with my finger. So at the moment, me and Luke will go, okay, so they want the ability to be able to move around the scene with their finger. Fine. But the next more detailed task would be saying, well, I only want 4 positions on that, something more specific. That's how we
So-
can.
Is there a way that I can have, for example, if the task is to be, for example, create the living room, and then you can click
Yeah,
on
yeah.
that, and then you've got different like subsettings or like subdivisions where it's like create the vase, create this, create that, create this. And
I don't see why
all of
not.
Those, it makes the end, create the living room. Then it like ticks. There's a way of doing that.
I believe it would be a way if we did epics. So as you remember, I said that we had programming sections and modeling. If we had like an epic that said living room, and then we would just we can just drag in programming stuff involved on that, like puzzles that needed to be added to that. So we go like saying, I don't know, push sofa left to have access to door, and then we would have that added in to the living room section, and depending what it is, programming sections and modeling. So it's almost like a unified section where programmers and modelers would see what we need to do to complete that living room effectively, and what hinders on it. Would that help with regards to that for you?
Yeah, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to clutter the epics thing because it's more of a if we've got, for example, like like 6 different rooms. I would assume we'll have more than that anyway. But even if we was to have like a minimum of 6 different rooms,
Yeah, yeah.
still going to be 6 different epics, and I feel like it could get cluttered pretty quickly. I'd want to keep it kind of concise.
Let's go living room general. So, if I remember correctly, it should just be a case of being able to. So if we had it, okay, we can have it in both. Okay, so it seems you can only have one, but I'm pretty sure you can have different sections on that. Let me get back to you on that, but I'm pretty sure there is a way that we can add some more things to it. There we go. Tag. There was a way. Components, links, labels. So I want to have labels or something like that, and I think then you can split it up. Let me get back to you on that, but I'll have a look at that for you. And then or if are you working? Are you working today?
No,
Sorry.
today.
Okay. Well, yeah. Give me a couple hours, and I'll figure out something for you.
Well, I can just see if I can find it as well.
No, go away. Version. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is a way because obviously, okay, so an epic is symbolizes a large piece of work. That's pretty much what an epic signifies for. You don't have to use it, but it's if we had, like, for example, living room as an epic because it's a very general thing, and then everything else would be like involving programming, or modeling effectively, or like UI or something like that. But the labels are what meant to help separate the sections, but I don't know why they're not popping up. But yes. But also, I think I can get to assign it to people, so I can just go assign this to Ty. Stuff like that. Yeah, like for me, for example. Yeah, that's one way of separating it. But yeah, that's pretty much how you create issues and all that. I need a poo. Are you alright having a look at that for a little bit while I go to the toilet?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
looking at it now.
Luke, is there any things you want to ask about Jira before I go to the toilet? Luke? You've lost him?
I've lost him.
Lost him. Bored him to death with Jira. Yeah. Right, bear back. back.
So
How's it going? Were you able to do what you need to do, or are you still looking up?
I've been looking up. I think you can pretty much use it however really you want. So
Yeah, it's no real right. Or, well, there is a wrong way of using it, but I don't think it's really like it's set in stone how you really use it, as long as the team's somewhat happy with it. I mean, there are ways of adding things like story and tasks. So, for example, I can make it separate these kind of things and say, well, these are all programming specific, these are all modeling specific, these are bugs, these are this and blah 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 blah, and we can actually separate that. But this is also something we can add before we actually start. Anyway, it's something that I can do. It's just whatever you want kind of thing. Whatever you're happy with. And then but the good thing about Jira is we can actually have these backlogs in multiple versions and epics or blah blah blah. So we can see where each division needs what kind of thing. If you want to keep it as easy as possible, you can we could just keep it on one. As long as we've got like things like epic separating things, we can see priority then will just take over. Whatever's the most highest priority for you in your opinion will be at the top. Lukey Poo. Lukey Poo, you still there?
where the fuck is he?
Just disappeared. It says it's still online. Okay, that's done. Done. Well, I mean, me and Luke won't be touching the modeling side, so I gather if you wanted to, create something with regards to modeling, you can structure however you like. I mean, if you want some advice on how to use the what's it called, like the descriptions, like I'm showing down here, I mean that's simple enough to explain, kind of thing. So I mean, you could just structure however you want.
Yeah.
Me and Luke will probably go by priority of importance with the programming sections.
Probably just go like room by room in order of like what's the most not difficult, but like each room kind of has like the thing like the thing that the eye kind of goes to first. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So, for example, in like that tiny room, whatever, the house within the car.
Yeah.
They're the most you know, your eyes focus on those first, even though they're still important, but they're not like interactable like some other smaller items are and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to focus on the main aspects, that's perfectly fine. And we go probably more, you know, intrinsic, you know, as we progress until we feel that's, you know, too much. I mean, I would gather, like, say, for example, the house and the car is like in this scene here. It is just effectively onto the post box, the ladder, and the door. There's only really 3 things that you can interact on this scene. Because the door is locked, the key is inside the mailbox on the roof, and then the ladder is what gets you to the roof, effectively.
Yeah.
I suppose if we were going to do a room, I mean, I don't want to like overload you on doing like a shitload of assets, because I think we should start like in a single room first, then maybe whatever room that you want that to be. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me or Luke which room we go for, because a lot of the mechanics still has to be the same, like camera panning and all that kind of shit, and menu screen, and the inventory box and all that kind of stuff. It's still gonna be the same for us, whatever. But I think after, I think if you do like a basic one, as long as the key things are in there, and then you have an idea of what you want me and Luke to program to make the level progress. So if you were in your room, for example, you just wanted to turn your computer on, well, we need to find the plug somewhere in your room. And then we had to move some washing. Oh, we found the plug, connected to the computer. The computer can now be turned on. Now I need to find the password. Now where's the password? And it's stupid shit like that.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll definitely keep you updated on that once I've started, you know, making the stuff and whatnot.
Yeah, because you're kind of gonna have to be like design as well as environmental art, whereas me and Luke are probably gonna have to jump between programming and UI, I think. So things like UI interface, it's still gonna be a bit, you know, finesse and kind of thing, but we'll hack it. But yeah, it's yeah, because when me and Luke know what the design direction of the level is, then we're instantly going to go, right, okay, we need to add these kind of features in it. But I think that's probably more for the second sprint, I think, in November, because I think in October we're most likely going to be getting like the basic controls working.
Foundation.
Things like, like how when you change, you rotate the camera, like certain elements of the scene go up. I think that's like kind of like what me and Luke will be focusing on, like the very basic movement manipulation of the camera changes, I think, with the scene that you've made. And then come November, you have an idea of how we're going to interact within this scene. And then me and Luke will then program the step-by-step process of how you complete that level.
Yeah.
And then that's done, effectively. And then we polish it up on December, effectively. I was also thinking of another idea. We could just like be complete utter simps to our streamers and just do a streamer room. Can you imagine XQC's room or something like that? How funny would that be? And but then again, he plays it and he goes, yeah, this is pretty cool, man. And we're literally just showing it to like 50,000 people.
There's no fucking way.
Well, you don't know. Even if he shits on it, it's still views.
It is views. It is true. But I mean,
Hydrate.
getting him to fucking play it would be, unless we put it on Steam and we say, oh, we do a dono where it's like,
Check it out.
play this. It's new game on Steam, and he checks it out, and he actually decides to play it. And that's the only way. If not, then it's
Yeah.
game. I'm still waiting for you to drink your water.
I did drink it.
Did you?
Yeah.
No, you
Oh.
didn't.
Okay. Easy. It's water. It's invisible to the camera.
Wait. There's a delay on the stream. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Good, good boy.
Thank you, Ty. Thank you. Keep me in check.
Yeah.
um.
Speaking of check,
Luke, are you back?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. My audio cut out.
Oh, fair. I'm just saying.
It's really weird. So
Posture check.
I'd heard you talking about like some of the room design, I think, but like before that, I'd completely missed all of it.
Okay, so me and Ty were just saying that, in brief, that you and me focus on the basic controls like camera manipulation, the scene transitions when you change camera position, like how the wall will go up kind of thing. We're going to focus on one room first, and then we'll leave the design or the implementation of the design in the second sprint. I think you and me kind of need to get used to the workflow, manipulating the camera, getting what we need to do basic functionality wise of a potential room that Ty does, design included. So it gives him a good like month and a bit to think of a design, and then you and me program in the next sprint. Okay, we implement all that in the second sprint. So yeah, we were just also talking about like how we're gonna do separation of backlogs and all that. I mean, you and me are probably gonna go by. So first, Ty can structure how he wants within Jira, whatever he's happy with, because we're not going to touch that, obviously. So we have no concern by that. I think with regards to programming, you and me are probably going to go by priority anyway. So whatever's most important of sorts, and then anything else that we pick up, going well, we feel this needs to be adjusted a little bit and improved. We'll add that into the next sprint or something. So I guess the next thing that we can do, because while we've got an hour, Luke, I guess we should try and go through agreeing what the first sprint will be on programmable features that we need to add to it. So like bare bones, I would gather things like scene transition would easily be one. Camera works on phone. It fucking. We just need to start writing a list, I think, on Jira.
Yeah.
Do you want me to show you how to use? Do you know how to add issues to Jira, just so that you and me can kind of like go, yeah, I'll add that, we'll go for it quite quickly. Or, I mean, I don't mind doing it myself if you tell me, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. So.
Okay. Are you in the Jira software site at the moment?
Yeah.
Are you in Project 01?
Yep.
Okay, on your left there should be like a tab saying backlog.
Yep.
So you clicked on backlog and you should be seeing what I'm seeing now.
Oh,
And
create issue thing.
yeah, create issue. So story is more like a general thing, saying, for example, as a user, when I complete a level, I want to be able to go to the next level effectively. And task is more specific, saying, well, when I make that transition over to a new level, I want a quick advertisement will pop up, something like that. So it's something that's Does that make sense? Is that okay for you? It's not set in stone. This kind of thing. It's more like that's kind of like how we're gonna go with it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, so if you click on one of the backlog items, you can see that you get a little tab here on the right that that we can assign it. We can label it as a programmer thing. We'll get back to epics, and I'll show you to add that all on later. But you've got priority. So obviously, be able to interact with the scene with your finger, that's clearly a high priority. That needs to be done, you know, for it to achieve what we want to do.
Yeah.
Things like lighting, or example, won't really be something that will be, I guess, would be like a low priority for us.
Yeah.
Estimates, that's something that we agree before we start the sprint.
Okay.
So it'll be a bit rough. So we're going to have no idea how long this will take us, because obviously we're still new and learning. But as we go along, we'll most likely be saying, well, how long do you reckon this will take you? And you'll go, oh, I don't know, maybe like 3 hours. And I'll go, well, if I was doing it, it'd probably take me 6. So it's more like a time estimate. So I don't go, here you go, Luke, here's 6 things. You can only do half of it because obviously you're working part-time. So it's more of like a safety net for you, saying, this is how much I roughly estimate I can do in a week.
Okay.
Components. What's component? I have no idea. Let's go back. So let's create task. Luke needs to create. So we'll go lowest priority, labels, thing, programming, Signy, Luke. Oh yeah, story points. That's one where you use like Fibonacci numbers, so we can estimate how difficult this thing will be for us. So 0, for example, is like easy, be done instantly. Then it just works its way out to 100. A Fibonacci sequence.
Okay.
Of how it's only used for agiles, but it's more of like. So, for example, I can, let's say after a month, I go, okay, Luke can do these amount of story points per month, and I can do this amount, and Ty can do this amount. So again, it's like time and going, this is definitely the maximum we can do, or the least we can do. But that's more something when we start. Bloody move. Okay. And then it's just a case of dragging and dropping after that, whichever epic it's associated with. So either programming and modeling,
Okay.
blah blah blah. And then we have our own product backlog. Ty has his own product backlog.
Yeah.
So we're not getting overwhelmed by stuff or being clogged with other people's stuff.
That's cool.
Fix. Jeez. Okay. We can. Pretty sure we can have multiple epic. Well, we'll find out, I guess. Yeah, if you need to see everything, just click on epics and then all issues, and then that's pretty much how we'll structure things. So then you can just click on programming sections, modeling, and living room. Blah 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 blah. That's pretty much it. I feel for now with project structuring, anyway. Right. Guess now the only case is to Tiny Room prologue. But yeah, Ty, I was thinking maybe we have it like the prologue where we keep it, very, very basic. Very few things to interact with. Point for point. Okay. Um. Camera needs start 4 points. Oh. Posture check. What? My posture is fine, Ty.
Are you sure?
Probably not.
I'm just making sure.
Just making sure, eh? Oh, sure. It won't let you down. Karen needs to stop it. Now I'm paranoid now. My own bloody posture now. God. It's somewhat of a high priority. I'm gonna unassign everything because we only really need to assign on the day we need to start doing it. So I've added camera needs to stop at corner points. So looking at tiny rooms when the camera, because what we're gonna do is we're not gonna rotate the scene. We're gonna have the camera. I reckon would be easier if we rotate round, have the camera rotate around the object, and then we have, like, I don't know, some code or something like in the background when camera is at position A, these assets go up on the y-axis and they disappear from scene.
You could probably use we could use some like dot products or something. If we have like a normal saying which direction the object should be facing,
Mm.
and if it's facing the same, if the normal is in the same direction as the camera, it should be visible or something along those lines.
Yeah, that's one way of doing it. I suppose if we're intending to animate things like you would in Tiny Room, then we'll do that. But yeah, your idea sounds easy. Well, I say easier, but more quicker to get to and achieve the same result. Yeah, that sounds cool for me.
But it's something, yeah, obviously it would be one of those things we have to think about more at the time.
Yeah. Well, what we'll do is, should we add that as a story or something like that? Because that's something more general, isn't it? It's like, well, as the user, when I change position, I want the environment that's closest to me to disappear effectively, so I can see the rest of the room.
Or yeah, we just do a distance check.
Yeah.
But
True.
do a distance squared. But I mean, it all depends on what you want visible and what you don't want visible.
Yeah.
It'd be a matter of we end up having to flag certain items
Mm.
and then have like a flag for each orientation if we've got a set number of orientations, rather than it being like free movement.
Yeah. I think 4. I think it's 4. We should, like in Tiny Room, it's just 4.
Yeah, have it like one each corner or something.
Yeah. I've put that down as like a restriction, so we have a camera stops at each corner.
In which case we could have flags for the objects, so
Yeah.
they're visible for certain, which could be done with
Yeah.
bitwise operations and things like that. So
I mean, there are. Yeah. Sorry, Ty, what were you gonna say?
What?
I thought you were gonna say something.
Me? No.
Oh, okay.
Carry on.
Yeah, I mean, there are, like in Unity, you'd go, if camera at this position, this tag, like let's say wall A tag would effectively vanish if not visible.
or you use just have like some bits set in like a bit mask, and then what we can do is we just test against that to see whether the object should be visible. Like you have one bit for each orientation. So if
Hmm.
there's 4 orientations, you've got 4 bits.
Yeah.
You have the bit turned on if it should be visible at that
Okay.
orientation, and then a bit turned off if it shouldn't be visible from that orientation. And then
Okay.
as it rotates round, we can just go through the objects and then do a bitwise check on the based on the orientation's mask.
Okay.
Just do like a quick AND operation, and then based on whichever one's successful, we set to be visible, and that's
Yeah.
probably quite a.
That's definitely one thing we have to.
isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I agree. It's pretty much the same direction that I was thinking of doing it, and yeah, do that.
Yeah.
I think that's something we'd have to test early on to make sure that before Ty starts getting all the let's say the real detailed assets involved, you and me can just get like a basic scene going where we can put objects against a wall, for example, and then when we rotate the camera, they appear and disappear as when required, effectively.
Yeah.
And we could just use simple cubes and all that kind of shit, like template shit. Um, 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 okay. So I've added that into the thing now. I've added your comment to it saying bitwise operator, one way of doing it. That that is gonna have to be a high priority,
Yeah.
if not the highest. Smooth scene transition, to be honest, that's not really that big of a deal. Quite low. Um, so So, okay, so we've got camera positioning. Are we intending to get the title screen done now, or are we going to leave that for now?
That should be the last thing that we do, I would have thought.
Okay. But, obviously, when Ty's done his thing, okay, that maybe best leave until November then. You know what I mean? Like how we're changing rooms and all that. If we get that far, I suppose we want to have the ability to, I mean, just a scene transition, I think would be worthwhile. We don't have to make it priority, or like a priority can be changed as when it comes kind of thing. But I think obviously being able to change between different rooms as a scene transition would be kind of fundamental for us to add. I would have thought. We'll just leave that as medium priority for now. I don't think that's really that critical. I mean, obviously, there's nothing else really design program wise you and me can do yet, Luke, until Ty gets an idea of what the puzzles that he wants us to do. So
that
Oh
will
my God.
definitely have to be something that we'll have to do probably, if not next week, the week or like when we start, maybe like second week, third week in.
Okay.
Because I feel like, as in like all together, we'll have to sit down and decide that, because I feel like that's going to be definitely a critical point. We're going to have to sit down and literally speak about, right, we need like puzzles and what the player's going to have to do for like the first 2 like rooms or whatever. Because I've been writing down a lot. I've been writing down like a few stuff. Like there's a lot of directions that we could go with this like whole puzzle malarkey. It could be one of those puzzle ones where it's like we spend pretty much the whole time in like one location. For example, it could be like a huge house and you have to go from, there can be like 10 different rooms and you have to go from room 1 to room 2, back to room 1 to get to room 3, and then you get to room 4, then you have to go back to room 2 to get to room 5, you know what I mean? Or we could kind of do it smaller, but we go different places. So we go from house 1, then to house 2, then to like, I don't know, a school, and then maybe to some fucking graveyard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're definitely going to have to sit down and say, right, we need to have ideas on puzzles, and then I'll be able to like make it. So we're going to have, oh yeah, so we're going to need the player to go into this room. He's going to look behind the bookcase. Right, I need to make a bookcase. And then he needs to go over to the kitchen, look into the drawers. Right, I need to do drawers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're going to have to just sit down and just literally go puzzle and just make up puzzles pretty much.
I mean, if you like to say, you and me can do some of that today if you feel like, say, you want to do now.
Yeah,
I mean, I've got all day. I think also Tower of Hanoi is definitely a classic in every game. So we're obviously going to have a puzzle as Tower of Hanoi. Well, in my opinion anyway, but I think that's... it's one of the rings, the rings that are big and you get smaller, and your objective is to move all to the other end of the other thing.
I see. Okay.
It is
Like certain order that you have to do them.
Yeah.
You can't put, is it big ones on top of small ones or something?
No, you can't. Yeah. That used to be a fucking classic in games. Like every like junior programmer, they were like, right, you're doing a Tower of Hanoi. Oh, okay.
You know what I'm actually
So-
might do? I'm I might actually play a puzzle game.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, if you want to, Ty, I recommend have a look at the tiny room. Maybe like just go through the first chapter, and yeah.
The thing is, I don't want to reference too much from one
Okay,
game.
okay. Yeah, go for it. I mean, if you, let's say I'll be here all day.
It's just for puzzle ideas.
Yeah. But also, it can be simple things like in the tiny room. There's like one nice puzzle where it was like you move the sofa and there's like directions, and you're meant to put 2 and 2 together. Go, oh, it's for the cupboard in front of me, and I move the dials, and it unlocks the cupboard to give me codes. It doesn't have to be anything sophisticated. Because the minute you start bringing real sophistication on puzzles, me and Luke will be like going at each other going, holy fuck.
Have you played the game We Were Here?
We were here. I think so.
That's no, it's a little it's like a co-op puzzle game. It was inspired by that old game that I showed you, Myst.
Okay. We were
But
here.
because it's co-op, it may not work. It's free to play as well.
Okay. I mean, a lot of the puzzles that we can just leave clues around to solve, and that would be a simple case, just like putting a sheet of paper on, going, if you can see this, then you can solve that puzzle, and there you go. And it doesn't have to be anything stupidly sophisticated. We can kind of like cheat a little bit. Okay. Puzzle games. Yeah, I mean, I can look up some puzzle stuffs as well if I can throw some ideas at you. But I think what we need to do is what's the first room you're gonna do, Ty? So is it gonna be a living room? Is it bedroom?
I've been writing down some different stuff. So it literally depends on how we want to go about it. So like, if we are doing like bedrooms and stuff or living rooms, like, did you want to have all 3 of our living rooms or bedrooms, or like what?
I think we should start off with yours first, because obviously you're there, you know what's in your room, and it's a case of you just walking downstairs and taking a few pictures and going, oh, that's what it looks like, and then going off back to your room and doing it. So I think we should leave it at your stuff for now.
But because I remember us talking about having all of our bedrooms or living rooms or something.
Yeah, we can do. Definitely down the line, yeah.
Only because it's, if we are to have a house, and if we do go with, because if we've already got a living room and 3 bedrooms, we're gonna need a kitchen as well, because you want the house to feel complete.
True.
So we're gonna need a kitchen. We also need like a hallway or something, because I feel like it's weird having 3 different rooms, a bedroom, without like, kind of a way of getting to these different rooms. So we've already got 5 different rooms there, which is a lot.
Yeah. So I was thinking we first start off this first sprint. We focus on getting the very basics. So for me and Luke, it'd be like the very, very basics of camera manipulation, scene transitions. Well, sorry, how the environment reacts when we move the camera, as our first step. And I think that's a sprint we can probably do within about 3 weeks. I don't think it would take us stupidly long to do it, but I don't think we need a month. I think it's doable in 3 weeks, and then we come back, do maybe a 4-week sprint where we go, right, okay, we've got we're now going to focus on the elements of 2 levels now, and then me and Luke can focus on a level each of, well, wherever, splitting the work each, just trying to add the puzzle mechanics to those 2 levels. So let's say, for example, a living room and a bedroom. And then if we have time, maybe we do add another bedroom and a kitchen or something like that. We should be just careful of like saying of adding 5 rooms and trying to do that in 3 months. It'd be quite a task.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I mean is if we do have a living room and a bedroom, I feel like we need to make it feel like it is a house. So we're gonna have. I feel like it's almost needed to also have a kitchen in that aspect, because unless we do it, unless we don't have a house and we just have like, I don't know, an apartment or something like that.
We could do an apartment. I mean, you can still do.
Did we want to have Did we want to have the player mainly in one kind of location, or did we want them to kind of go from maybe house to house or something? So then it's kind of less needed, because if you're going from one house over to another house, we can kind of skip the kitchen that way.
Yeah,
We could have to go from one house which has a kitchen and a bedroom, and then we go use for another house which has a bedroom and a living room, and he goes to another house which has a kitchen and a bedroom. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I am feeling, for me anyway, I am feeling if we kept it to a flat, it seems more manageable. Like we can just see in our heads like a one floor building that me and Luke can think of, like going, okay, our scene transitions from, let's say, room A to room B, and room B to room C, and room C to room D, and then let's say the front door effectively as a way to lead the level. And it's a way where we can, if we have a floor plan, me and Luke can just quickly build up a level, and we can we can do each room individually effectively. So we can start adding the mechanics to it while you're building the assets for it. I just feel like doing multiple houses is just going to be a bit of an effort for us. I think a single floor flat where it's like 4 rooms or something like that is more than enough, I feel, for 3 months' work.
Yeah, we could have, maybe not have a flat, but we could have. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, I don't know. I call flats apartments. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's just, we could have just like an apartment building that has, 6 stories. Each story flat has, a bedroom and a living room and a kitchen.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I like the sound of that. I mean,
because all of the content is there in that one
yeah.
area.
Any story element we'll add afterwards. We can always build a story element around it if we need to. But also remember, like, say, we'll see how we feel at Christmas. If we feel like something we may want to continue for another 2 or 3 months on, that's all cool. We'll just continue another 2 or 3 months on it, and then make it bigger. I mean, that's fine by me. If you feel like there's a few things sort of finish off kind of thing, I mean, yeah, it's fine. So don't worry too much if we feel like we feel like we can't do it all within 3 months. If we want to, let's say, add another month or 2 onto it, then we can do.
Yeah, we'd have to, yeah. I kind of like the apartment idea, because then you can have like, you have the hallway, and you can have like the stairs, and you can have like the panel kind of like, I don't know, do like a little jumping animation up the stair kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Okay. But I think doing a 1-floor apartment just means that we can keep it as somewhat as basic and as somewhat as good as possible. But yeah, when we get like a floor plan, me and Luke can then go, right, okay, this is like the scene transitions that we were previously talking about. Saying, right, okay, so we want to have this general level here, and we want to have that door that we tap on, that we can go to this room here, and then we can build around those rooms and add stuff into them when we can.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if there was one critical thing that I would say that me and Luke needs, I think we need a floor plan of not puzzle mechanics that can come, like in November period. I think it's more of like the scene transition, the very, very bare bones that me and Luke need to have.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'll be able to do that fairly quick. I'll like how do you want it? I can either just draw it by hand, Or I can
Yeah, do it by hand. It's been.
just so
It's,
you can have got an idea.
yeah. It's more like things that we know. Go, okay, this is what Ty wants with scene transitions. To each room, effectively, and then when we have a basic floor plan, me and Luke can just go, right, okay, here's a cube, stretch it out, there you go, done. And then we can start programming, like, okay, when the camera's viewing this wall now disappears, and we'll add some cubes to it and go, right, these cubes are disappearing as well, and then we'll keep changing it around until we got what we wanted. Then when you start adding all your stuff into it, we can just start labeling everything or doing the bitwise operator stuff and go, right, okay, does that all work now? Great. That all works. Let's do the puzzles now.
Also, another a question I have as well is, I guess it's not really relevant now, but it's just helpful for me to know.
Sure.
What kind of like time setting or like era?
Oh, just keep it today. Keep it modern. Unless there's something that really inspires you that you feel that you want to do it, then go for it. I mean,
No, I just wondered if it was more something like, you know, if it's got like a more 70s or 80s vibe, or if it's just modern, or if we didn't have like an apartment, like are we like kind of like in a farm, traditional kind of?
Yeah.
I just wondered.
I think for your point of reference, because obviously a lot of the items that you're going to be making are going to be from your own house.
Well,
So yeah.
the thing is with that, I could easily have just had my items, but just made them oldie worldy or whatever. But you know, I don't have anything that extravagant in my living room or anything, so I would have just made you know, countertop or whatever, just, you know,
That's fine.
old version.
That's perfectly
But
fine.
I'll keep it. I think just for my own. What's it?
For your own reference, I think your own clarification.
No, as in if I'm being greedy, is what I mean. If I'm being greedy, I'll just keep it modern.
I think
'Cause I prefer modern stuff over oldie worldy stuff.
I mean, as you know, if you're happy, I mean, it won't really affect me or Luke personally. I mean, if you feel like it's something you want to do, then that's cool by me. Or you want to do it, you know, for easeability. I mean, just anything's fine, personally. Whatever you're happy with, Ty.
Come.
Is there any other programming things that I'm missing, Luke? Do you reckon? Because I've got camera, interaction with the finger on the phone with the player, items vanishing when we change the camera, smooth scene transition, whatever. When we, you know, changing scenes and all that kind of stuff. I think that. Oh, we do need an inventory box, don't we?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I'll put that as a thing. Task. Actually, no. Make that. Sorry. As a user, I would like to have an inventory box. That would have to be somewhat of a high priority. Not the highest, but a high priority. Place for items to be stored in reference and complete tasks with. Um. Yeah, I mean, it's my phone. I think that is pretty much everything for bare bones. Are we intending to have? I guess we are intending to have animation with our items. So I gather, Ty, you may have to animate some of this stuff as well, or wherever. Okay. Yeah. So when we touch something like drawers open up, for example, I guess that's a little bit of both, isn't it? It's like a scene transition. So if player touches door once, open. Well, we'll keep it as simple as possible. If player touches cupboard
As long
door,
as it's, I'll be able to do that as long as it's not too like technical.
yeah.
If it's not, it's stuff like I don't know.
But it's something you could do in
It's just-
blueprints. It's very something you could do in blueprints.
If it's just if you just press a bookcase and it just kind of moves on a pivot, just to open up a bookcase or something, like opening a drawer and it just moves on a pivot kind of thing. Opening
Yeah.
stuff like that will be fine. That's fine. But if it's stuff I don't know, like cars wheels spinning and moving and stuff, that gets a little bit more. I'm
What-
sure I'll be able to do it, but it will
Yeah.
take time.
I think it's probably more of like just having the object move in the global space, and you just, yeah. I don't know. I don't think that'd be too. I don't think it'd be too hard. And you could probably do it in blueprints anyway. Like you just need a secondary global space to move the object. And I think that's something you could probably just look up on YouTube to do anyway. Yeah. I mean, also that could be something that like either me or Luke could do, because it kind of fits into programming as well. Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for programming, I believe. I mean, like the very bare bones anyway for 3 weeks amount of work. I think that's probably enough. Unless I'm missing something. Oh, am I missing anything?
I think so.
So version. I won't worry about. Is that really necessary? Um. So obviously, on this one, I think it's the last one I'm going to add, because I think everything here is all me and Luke need to focus on for the next 3 weeks. And I think then after that, we can start focusing on the puzzle parts of the first room. So, like, by the looks of things, when you're changing scene, or sorry, when you're looking of inside the scene, when you tap on an object, the camera moves closer, doesn't it, to the object? So there'll be a lot of camera manipulation going on for me and Luke to get right. Um, um, that spot. Um, so that's going to be quite a high priority one. Not the highest, but still pretty high. Okay. Oh yeah, shit. Okay, so you only don't want Luke to be any longer, so he's gonna have to get ready for work over the next hour. How about that? Yeah, let's use it.
Okay.
Let's see.
I've done a quick sketch. Tell me what you think. I'm gonna send it over.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Luke, so at the moment it looks like we have about 8 things that we need to do. Maybe 7 actually. So as a user, I'd like to be able to interact with the scene of my finger. Self-explanatory, highest priority. Camera needs to be able to stop at corner points. Again, highest priority. As a user, when I position my camera, I want objects closest to vanish. Highest priority. As a user, I'd like to be able to have an inventory box. That's a medium one. That's not that critical. But I think I left it as high. We'll leave it as medium for now. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so focus point of camera at chosen locations. You know, when you tap on, let's say, a desk, for example, the camera zooms in. That's obviously going to be a high priority one. Not the highest, but that's something we're definitely going to need. But we can just put a cube in and we can just focus in. Can we move all the other cubes of our finger effectively? And then that's it. Can we zoom out? So that's that out of the way. What else? So as a user, when I want to leave a scene via a door, a new scene opens up. Ty will get back to us on the plan on that, on the design plan, but you and me can just set up 2 scene transitions, and if we can do that and there's no problems for now, we'll say that works. Yeah, so again, as a user, I like to have an inventory box. I'm actually going to take that out of version. We'll leave that as leave that out for now, version 1.
Yo, that's so good.
It's my apartment building.
Oh, let's have a look. Whoa! Ah. Nice.
Shouldn't be. It's fairly easy because it's low poly. It's gonna be fairly easy to make. Probably like a day or 2 for the building, and then I'm not 100% sure how the floor works. I'm assuming it's just 3D modeled normally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how about this, for example? What we do is just, this will be our main menu screen, effectively. And then what we do is we'll click on the door and then we go into whichever room first. Does that make... Okay?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So go on.
I think if it was, that could be the menu screen, but you'd have to kind of like press play or something, and then you kind of go into the game on that.
Mhm.
Then you click on the door, because I was thinking of having, you can't just go straight in the apartment building. You've got to kind of maybe, there are maybe items, there may be cars parked or something. Got to find a key, get into the car. And then the key, there's another key for the building in the car. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's quite a good idea. I mean, you can have like a scene where it's like, oh shit, I forgot my keys kind of thing. Where are they? And then you go back to your flat and you're trying to fucking find them.
Something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Obviously, we can talk about that another time.
If you could, I think you can put this in the Jira thing. Let me look at the epics. Modeling. I think I can add pictures. Attachment. I can. Excellent. Yeah, you should add. No. As a user, I would like to have main menu / start screen to introduce game. What I'll do is I'll leave up the main bits of information as notes for you on this part. I can add like a picture to this actually. I want to download this. So we keep it all for reference kind of thing. Save images. Go. Oh, there it is. Insert file. There you go. So now we've got that attached to this task here. So you can see that for reference for yourself and blah blah blah.
Wait, where am I looking?
Oh, sorry. Look at my stream.
Okay.
So you see the modeling. I've applied attachment. So I put it as a user, I would like to have a main menu start screen to introduce game. You can add a description in more detail what you mean by that effectively. What you want out of this.
Okay, I'm just waiting for the delay.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I see. I get you.
Yeah, so it's just a picture. So we have it all on reference, so we don't have to go through scouring through Discord trying to find it all. Yeah. I mean, that's something you could, already make a start on effectively. If there's something you wanted to do for over the next week and a half. Or you can just
Yeah,
test.
I think I might. Honestly, I'll probably give it. Start on that. I bet make a few changes.
Yeah. And we'll put that in version 1. So there we go. So that's kind of like what me and Luke will be focusing on, I think, for the next 3 weeks. But obviously, the sprint hasn't officially started yet, and we haven't agreed what we're going to be adding. But I reckon that's pretty much what me and Luke will be focusing on for the next 3 or 4 weeks. And obviously, when you've gathered an idea of what your design is, you're going to be obviously adding it to the backlog in here in the modeling section. Yeah. But if we need to go into more details, I think we can always use some more epics, I suppose. It's... Oh, don't need that. Shit. Epic.
Epic gamers. So totally epic, bro.
Jeez. So yeah, that's so far. Well, this current screen anyway. This is all the backlog we currently have. But what I'll do is, Ty, because now I've got that picture, I'll probably go, right, okay, so you need to do this and do this and do this and do this to fulfill that scene. And then me and Luke, I guess, can focus on trying to get how to get GitHub to fucking work on Unreal. That's...
that one.
Oh yeah, that was not fun last time, and I was like, what the fuck am I meant to do? We've got 10 issues. So I think that's... I reckon that's easily 2.5 weeks, 2 to 2.5 weeks worth of work there. That's not including, like, saying it, how much part-time work you could be doing as well. And me banging my head against the wall, wondering why this piece of code does not work when it should, because Unreal's being crap. Yeah. Luke, do you feel that covers everything, or have I gone overboard?
I think it covers everything.
Especially the very basic bones, anyway. Puzzles, I guess that's something you and me will have to tackle, like when Ty gets the initial first level constructed effectively.
Yeah.
And we also get that interactable as well. Yeah, the sooner the level, the first area can be created, that's the second that me and Luke can start adding all the bitwise operator stuff, or whatever way we achieve it.
I definitely feel like we should, at another point, talk about puzzles, because I feel like the puzzles will probably be more indicative to, if that is even the right word, to the environment. So like things like, I don't know, bookshelves or whatever. I'm not like they're gonna be there because it's part of a puzzle. Rather than creating an environment and then basing the puzzles around the environment, it's probably better if we think of the puzzles and then come up with the assets for the puzzles. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like if so.
Well, yeah.
It'd be better.
Well, when Luke heads off, you and me can spend like however long you need to discuss it. It doesn't have to be on stream or anything like that. We can just talk about it privately or something like that. Whatever you're happy with.
I'm gonna probably head off now, actually.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Luke. I think I believe we've got everything. I believe we've got everything we need now, anyway, especially for the first stint, anyway. So, yeah. So, lastly, we will only do these kind of little meetings like once every 3 or 4 weeks, depending how long the stint is. Because this is the first thing that we talk about, like features we want to add to the game, and then when it comes to the sprint, we just go, well, I'll just do that, I'll do that, and then next day you go, right, okay, I'll do that and do that, and that's it really. Please do add more detail inside these things if you feel like it needs more detail. I know it's not the most exciting thing is, but if there are any concerns or things or not enough detail, just put it in. You have access to everything. I hope. Any problems with Jira, just give me a message, alright?
Alright, will do, man.
Alright, Luke, you take it easy. Have a good day at work, and I'll
I will speak to you guys
Peace, dude.
later.
laters, Luke.
Boy.
Boy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look up this GitHub thing. I feel like saying that's really urgent to get sorted. But yeah, let's look up some puzzles. I might take like a quick snack break.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can do it maybe at like 4:30, 5ish, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, that's fine. It gives me a chance to get some food. I can watch this fucking video, and by the time that you come back, we can talk about some puzzles or something, right?
Alright, come, I'll be back later then.
All right, Ty, you take it easy, and I'll see you later.
Alright, in a bit.
All right, catch you in a bit, buddy. Oh dear. Um. Tetris is a classic puzzle game. First I heard about that. Wow, 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 wow. Restart, oh my god.
Are nerds.
Fuck that. Fuck that.
Let's play pinball.
I think I'm stupid, chat.
Congratulations. You scored 0.
Oh, buggered. How about? Aww. Oh dear. Taking a break for the next half an hour, 45. Gonna do fuck all. Ow. Oh.
Wonder and vision. Aren't we a five-pair?
This is our home now. I want us to fit in.
Oh, this is gonna be a gas!
Where did you two move from? How long have you been married? And why don't you have children yet?
Our story.
I think what my wife From where? Married when? Damn it, why?
Oh, Arthur, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Usual couple, you know.
Oh, I don't think that was ever in question.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Microsoft just bought it out. Hey, Nexy Pinky. How's it going? Yeah, doing good. Just taking a bit of a break at the moment. Holy shit. Fucking Microsoft bought out Bethesda. So they got all the rights to the Elder Scrolls, Wolfenstein, Fallout, Doom. That's a big power play there. That is one big of a power play. So now they've made them all exclusive to Xbox only. And gone to PlayStation. Woo. Critically acclaimed Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Doom, Dishonored, Quake, Starfield, Team Xbox. We're thrilled to announce into an agreement to acquire ZeniMax Media. It's one of the largest, most critically acclaimed game developers and publishers in the world. Bethesda is an incredibly wide makeup. Those games have always had a special. That is such a. You remember me from Hades? Yeah, I think so. I haven't played Hades in ages. Well, I did play it a couple of days back, but I haven't streamed it in ages. Just took a break from streaming. I want to do more of my my own game dev stuff with friends at the moment. Yeah, welcome back. How you doing? Good. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. The uni's over and done with, moved back home and all that. So just trying to find work or trying to build up my portfolio up on projects, which I'm doing now with these guys. So at the moment we're doing a bit of project planning. Doing a game at the moment, so we're just trying to get some like features that we need to get done over the first stint. Then going from there. Holy fuck, that is big. That is big. Microsoft Xbox requires fucking hell. That is big. Big, big, big news. Thank you. Go back. Me, you, and Charlie. I mean, Charlie's busy at work at the moment. He's neck deep in projects. And he's doing his masters this year. I won't. I'll be doing it next year. Taking a year out. Try and break into the industry first, and if not, do a masters. Holy shit. So yeah, they got me, you, and Charlie with what? Oh, okay. Cheers, dude. Much appreciated. Take it easy. True. And that is true. That is fucking mental. uh, I should keep that out. Uh, don't follow Becerra? The fuck? Holy poop! Fuck PlayStation, I'll get a fucking Xbox just for goddamn next Elder Scrolls. Fair fucking play, Microsoft. Fair fucking play. Right. Get yourself a glass of water, maybe coffee? Yeah, fuck it, I'll just get a squash. We'll watch this video. Right. Let's have a listen.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this webinar for Unreal Engine on source control or version control, if you prefer, inside of the Unreal Engine. My name is Matthew Doyle, and I will be your host for the day.
Hello, Baffydor.
The first thing we'll do today is look at a brief explanation of what version control is and how it can benefit your workflow. Then we'll look at the 4 options that we have available to us inside of Unreal, and those include Perforce, Git, Subversion, and Plastic SCM. We'll go over the pros and cons of each option, and we'll look at the basic setup and usage inside of the Unreal Editor. Version or source control is essentially just a way for you to store different versions of your files. In fact, you can store versions of your files going all the way back to when you first created your project. You can even add new files to the version control, remove files from the version control, and while you can use version control by yourself, it works great for collaborating with a team. Now, the simplest form of version control is to use something like Dropbox, or simply to use your local hard drive to store different versions of your project. But these options are not very robust or scalable. In a professional environment, you're going to want to use a professional source control management or SCM tool. Professional version control tools are going to allow you to track the changes of your file or keep a history of those changes. And those changes are going to include who changed the file, what was changed, when the file was changed, and why it was changed. Generally, the way it works is you will merge your changes that you make on your local computer into a master source of truth. And this is probably going to be a remote repository containing all of the changes ever made, as well as the current state of the project. And if there are ever any problems, the good thing about source control or version control is that you can roll back the changes to any previous version. You can roll back the entire project, or you can roll back just specific files. We have 4 options available to us in Unreal Engine for version control. Those options include Git, Perforce, Subversion, and Plastic SCM. Plastic SCM being the newest addition. Okay, so here's the basic workflow that we're going to be following today. Just keep in mind that you can optionally use branching, but we're not going to have time to go into branching today. We're just going to show the very basic workflow. So you can see I have little icons here to represent the different source control management tools, and those icons have been placed next to each step. So first of all, usually what you want to do is you want to pull the latest from your server repo, from your remote repo. This way you get any changes or work that other users have done. And this is basically the same for all of your source control tools. After this, you're going to want to check out files. Now, checking out or logging files is not something you can normally do with Git, unless you're using Git Large File System. The Large File System version of Git allows you to check out binary files such as images and UASset files. And of course, from here, you're going to do your work. You're going to make all your changes and so forth to whatever it is you're working on, add new files, etc. Now, normally from here, the last step would be to check your files back into the server, and that's going to be with all of your SCM tools, with the exception of Git. Git actually has a few more steps. So the first step to get your files back to the server with Git is going to be to stage your changes and your additional files. Git has is basically a staging area that you can put all of your changes into and just hold them there while you continue to work and make more changes. And then you can choose which of those staged files you actually want to commit. And so from here, you'll commit those staged files to your local copy of the repo. And then finally, when you're ready to send all that back to the server, you'll push that local repo branch back to the server from Git. Okay, and that's the basic workflow. Like I said, you can optionally use branching, but we're not going to be going into detail about that today. All right, so let's continue on, and we'll look at some of the pros and cons of using Git. In the pro category, Git is a decentralized or distributed version control system. What this means is that every user will download a local copy or create a local repository of the remote. Because of this, it's incredibly fast. All the operations the user would do are done locally. So adding files to the repository and committing those files, all of that is done locally in their local repository. Now, this is also a bit of a con because as each user has their own local copy of the repository, as a team size gets larger and larger, you may run into conflicts when trying to merge all those changes back in to remote or master repository. Another issue, and it's kind of a big one with Git, is that you can't do any file locking. And this is really going to come into play when you're trying to lock binary assets, UAssets, textures, anything like that. But fortunately with Git LFS 2.0, this problem has been resolved. So you can lock those binary assets so that other users don't try to work on them while you're working on them. Just keep in mind that you can't do this from within Unreal Engine's editor. You'll have to do this outside of the editor using the Git tools available to you. And that's because when you're working with your Git repo in the Unreal Editor, you're working with the local copy and not the remote. Git does support binary files using LFS inside of Unreal Engine or the large file system. But unlike some of its competitors such as Perforce or Plastic SCM, the large file system support still needs a little tweaking. Fortunately, Git is open source and completely free to use. But if you're not going to be setting up your own Git server, you will need to pay for one online. However, you could also use something like GitHub, which is free to teams and provides both private and public repos. While setting up your own Git server is not really that complicated, still using Git for both client and server can be kind of difficult if you're not an engineer. And that's because most of working with Git is done from a command prompt or terminal. However, using Git provides very flexible workflows. You can work in a lot of different ways to manage your version control pipeline. And it includes a very robust branching and merging system, as well as being able to stage files that you've added or changed before committing them to the branch. So obviously the first step in using Git is you're going to need access to a Git server, and we're using GitHub in this case. On GitHub, create a free account, and then when you go to github.com, you'll be able to create a new repository by clicking on the new button here. From here, we're going to set our repository name. In this case, we're going to call it webinar_source control. We can give it a description if we'd like. That's optional, however. And now we need to choose if we want public or private. Public, of course, means anyone can access the repository, but you still control who can commit changes to it. As for private, of course, that simply means that you have control over who can see and commit to the repository. You can give it an initial README file. We're going to leave that blank for now. And we can add a gitignore file. If we'd like to ignore specific files, we can simply check the files that we will not be checking into the repository here. We're going to leave this alone for now. We'll be generating a gitignore file in our project. And then, of course, we can specify the license that we'll be using for our project. If we'd like, it'll be put into the project, but we're going to leave that blank for now as well. And all we really need to do here is click Create Repository. All right, and this is the next page you'll see after you've created your repository. The first thing that's important to take note of here is going to be your access address for getting into your repository. And we're going to use this access address inside of Unreal when we set up our project for source control. So be sure to make a copy of this. All right, so our repository is set up on our remote server and we're ready to continue. To download and install Git on your system, you'll need to go to git-scm.com/downloads. And then from here, pick the system that you're working on. Obviously, I'm working on Windows, so I'll download the Windows version. If you're going to be using GitHub, you might want to download GitHub Desktop. You'll find it at desktop.github.com. And what GitHub Desktop is going to give you is the ability to use a GUI to send your files back and forth from your local repository to the GitHub repository, making it a lot easier. Now, there are several other options available to you. One very popular one is Gitkraken. Feel free to investigate some of those other options. Some are paid, some are free. Some have paid versions and free versions depending on your team size. GitHub Desktop is completely free and very easy to use, so we'll be using it. So once you've downloaded and installed Git on your system, the first thing we need to do is set the username and email address that we'll be using to mark our commits to the repository. That way everybody knows who did the check-in. To do this, we need to launch a command prompt. And from here, we're going to type git config --global user.name and then in quotes your full name or whatever you'd like to use. After that, we also need to set the email with git config --global user.email and in quotes the email address that you'd like to use. We can jump back into Unreal now, and inside of our project, we'll click on the source control button at the top, and then we'll click connect to source control. Using the provider dropdown in the login window, we need to select Git. Now, in the source control login window, the first option we have here is Git path, and that simply points to your Git installation. You shouldn't need to change this. After this, we have the root of the repository. So this is our local repository. Should be the same as the project folder's location. And from here, we have username and email, both of these set from within Git itself using the terminal. Now keep in mind that username and email, these are not your login information for your remote repository. This is simply when you commit changes to the repository. This will simply let people know who made the changes when they're submitted. After this, we have the URL of our remote server, or the origin, and I'm going to paste that in here from GitHub. We want to make sure that we use a git ignore file, so we'll leave that checked. Then we have a basic README file. If we'd like to create one, I'll go ahead and do that now. And let's just change this to source control webinar. We also want to enable add a Git attributes file. This will allow us to use the large file system for Git, which will allow us to upload images, binary files like UASset files, and so forth. After this, we can include an initial comment for our initial commit. I'm just going to leave it at the default of initial commit, and then we need to initialize our project with Git. We can see on the bottom here that it's adding files to the local repository. We'll go ahead and give it a few seconds to finish. Alright, so once that's finished, we can click the Accept Settings button. With that done, we can see our source control button at the top here now has a little icon, a green one with arrows letting us know that we are currently using source control. Let's have a quick look at the project structure now. Inside our Unreal project, we can see we now have a .git folder, as well as a .git attributes file and a .git ignore file. The Git folder is going to contain everything you need for storing branches and commits, all the changes and things you'll be doing. We really don't ever need to mess with what's in here. If we open Git attributes, we can see that this is where we're specifying which files and folders will be set up to work with the large file system. And in this case, basically anything inside the content folder will work with the LFS system. And this will include all of your UASset files, images, and whatnot. Opening Git ignore, this allows us to tell Git when we're checking in changes, when we're committing to the repository, to ignore these files and folders. So the first ones here are folders. So we have binaries, derived data cache, intermediate, and saved. We don't want to check any of those into our repository. And in all of these here are going to be file types. So anything with these file types as the extension, we don't want to check in. Obviously, if you did want to check some of these in, you'd need to delete them from this file. And of course, you can add other file types and folders here as well. From here, we need to send our entire project to our remote repository. And we could begin to work in here and add files and make changes and alter things in our project, but anything we do here is going to be checked into just the local repository. The remote repository will serve as our source of truth. It will always contain the version of our project that we want everyone to have access to. The quickest way to send our project to our remote repository is to use the git bash. It's basically a terminal or command prompt. We can right-click in the project folder, and as long as you have Git installed on your computer, you can select Git bash here from this menu. Send our entire project to our remote repository. And we could begin to work in here and add files and make changes and alter things in our project, but anything we do here is going to be checked into just the local repository. The remote repository will serve as our source of truth. It will always contain the version of our project that we want everyone to have access to. The quickest way to send our project to our remote repository is to use the git bash. It's basically a terminal or command prompt. We can right-click in the project folder, and as long as you have Git installed on your computer, you can select Git bash here from this menu. And this will bring up the Git bash window. Let's look at some of the commands that we can do in here for Git. First of all, if we type git status, this is going to tell us what the current status of our local repository is. And as we can see, we have an untracked that's going to be our thumbnail, data prep PNG. Now, if we want to add this to the staging area, we would simply type git add and then the file name, or if we want to add everything that needs to be tracked, we'd simply use a period. Another status, we can see that we no longer have any untracked files, but we do have some files that need to be committed, again, in this case, our thumbnail. To commit the file to our local repository, now remember, we're not sending this to the remote, we're sending this currently to our local. We'll type git commit And then we'll use the M switch to send a comment, and in the comment we'll type something like initial commit and hit enter. And we can see the commit was successful. If we do a status now, we should see that we have no commits needed. Okay, so these are some of the very basic options we have at the command prompt for working with Git. But what we want to really do here is send our local repository over to our remote repository on whatever server we're using, and in this case it's going to be GitHub. And if we want to see where our server is located, we can always remember type git remote and then -v, and we can see there that we are pushing to the origin, which is located at GitHub. So from here we'll type git push -u. We're going to push to the origin at GitHub, and we're going to push the master branch. And from here we simply need to let it run and finish uploading the files. This can obviously take some time depending on the size of your project. Alright, and once it finishes you should have no error messages, and this will let us know that our local repository has been pushed to our remote repository, again in this case GitHub. Returning to our repository in GitHub, we can clearly see that the project structure has been uploaded, including the config, content, and source directories, as well as our git attributes and git ignore files, our project file, our thumbnail, and our readme. And you can see the readme here has the change that we made inside of Unreal when we did our initial commit. So from this point, obviously, I'm not going to go into detail on how to use GitHub itself. Feel free to look into the GitHub documentation if you'd like to learn more about using it. But let's look at a second way to send our files to GitHub. Another way to send our files to the remote repository is to use a GUI for Git. And there are quite a few of them, including a Tortoise Git GUI, as well as SourceTree. But in this case, we're going to be using the GitHub desktop app, and it's quite easy to use. We simply first need to add our repository, so we'll go to the top left, click the Add, Create, or Clone Repository button here. And we have three options. Again, we can either clone the repository, and this allows us to clone a repository from our GitHub repository list. We can also create a new repository, and finally we can add a current local repository. So that's what we're going to use. We'll click on Browse and browse to the location of our local repository. And then we simply need to click the Add Repository button. And once this is all set up, we can see we have our initial commit, just as we set up in Git inside of Unreal's editor, and all of the 277 files that will be committed to our remote repository. But before we do that, let's go to the settings on the top right here and select Repository Settings and just verify some of this information. Of course, we have our git ignore here, just like we have in the project folder. From here, we have our remote. I've set up a second GitHub repository. Briefly look at how we can to our GitHub repository. To do that, we'll hit the Publish button. Now that we're all set up, let's briefly look at how we can make some changes and then submit them to GitHub using Git inside of the Unreal Editor. First of all, I'm going to make some quick changes to some in the map here. I'm going to select these render helpers, and I'm going to change them to movable. This will, of course, require a save of the map, so let's go ahead and do that. And once I do that, you can see that the file is now checked out. It has a little red check mark to indicate that. Now, remember, when working with Git, we don't have actual checkout options per se, so this is not really indicating the file is locked. It's just letting you know that it's ready to be added to the repository. Now I'll go into my Datasmith folder here and materials, and I'm going to take this lamp base file here, and we'll go ahead and open that up. I want to set it up so that I can use a material instance, and for that I'm simply going to add the ability to multiply this texture map by a base color. So we'll add a multiply node here, then we'll add a 3 vector here, plug that into the B slot. Let's go ahead and make the default value here white, and we'll plug that into base color, and we'll convert this to a parameter and call it base color. Okay, now let's save that. And you can see likewise, if I run this and create a new material instance, let's call this mi_lamp new material instance has a yellow question mark, and this is letting us know that it's actually saved to our repository. So let's go ahead and save it to our local repository by right-clicking, going to source control, and marking it for add. It now has a red plus to let us know that it has been marked for add. In other words, it's been putting to the staging area of our local repository. We simply need to commit it now. Now I can right-click on any of these assets, go to source control, and choose check in. Or I can go up to the source control button and choose to submit everything to source control. This will bring up the submit files window, and because I chose 3 files at the same time, I'll be checking them all in at the same time. So for this change list, we made minor map tweak, and we adjusted the material and created an instance. Let's go ahead and hit submit. And we can see that our changes have been committed. Of course, these commits were only made to our local repository, the local copy of the project. So in order to send this over to our server at GitHub, where our source of truth is to be located, we'll need to now push that to the server. Now remember, there are 2 ways we can do that. The first way is to open a git bash in the project folder, and then type git push origin master. And this will push the branch that we're working with to the original source, which is the GitHub project. Alternatively, we can go into our GUI app here for GitHub, and we can see we've got our new commit ready to go. So we'll go ahead and hit sync. And now back in our repo on GitHub, we can see we now have 3 commits. So I'll click on that there, and we can see our new commit Unreal Engine. Rather than continue showing you how to check out and push different file types in this Git project, we'll look at Perforce next, and we'll spend a little more time on that process once we discuss classes, as well as how to work with blueprints and how to diff those when we talk about Perforce. Now let's.
Sweet. Holy fuck, that's so much easier than the last time I tried doing it. There was like a whole fucking nightmare to sort out originally. Now it's actually like, it's so much simplified. We had to set up our own goddamn fucking server at some point. Like a middle server. I've streamed for 1,000 hours. Cool. That's so much fucking easier than 2 years ago. Holy shit. Like, this was practically, to do this was impossible. I remember it being like, you know, well, we were like first years. Even then, we still knew version control a little bit. But it was like the whole process of connecting your GitHub account to Unreal. But you had to do it via like a middleware software. And it was a fucking nightmare. You need to like, it's almost like you had to set yourself up a private server. It was ridiculous. Absolute fucking joke.
Who are we talking to?
I'm talking to myself, Ty.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. They
Bit of an oddball.
Yep. They always say that you should try and talk anyway, even though people might be watching. Try to get used to it.
Oh, are you still streaming?
Yeah, still streaming.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah, I went away for like half an hour, and then I was like, right, watching this video on Git version control, and it's so much fucking easier. Like, compared to when we tried doing it last time. Like, holy fuck. Like, I remember I was like asking Charlie like if he could set up like a private server just so we could be like a middleware effectively, you know, it's just a fucking nightmare to set up.
Yeah.
But now it's just so much easier now. It's just like copy your Git from, you know, from the local repository, slap it in Unreal and put all the Git files in your folder with your game, and there you go, done. It's like, oh, fuck off. That's so much easier now. I'm not too worried about it now. Me and Luke Brace just set it up like within an hour or two between us. It'll be done. And we can, yeah, so with that video I linked, you only really need to look at like probably like the first 20 minutes and that's it. Also includes some like demonstrations if you're like moving assets or adding shaders to objects, and then you just like update it, etc. No, feeling good. Oh, Jesus. Oh yeah, I also linked you a website with puzzles if there was something to gain inspiration from.
Am I looking? Oh, okay.
Sorry, the maths is fun, the first link. Some interesting games though anyway.
Oh, I see, I get you.
I reckon that we should probably only leave a puzzle like this though. I reckon that's something we should only do for like one per full level.
Yeah.
Because I think if we tried doing like 3 or 4 of these for one level or 2 for each room, it would just consume so much time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, those ones are okay. They're not the puzzles I kind of had in mind for the game though. But if it was like I don't know, like a chest with a lock on it, and it's got one of the locks has got like this kind of weird configuration puzzle type thing.
Yeah, like a pin number or something like that, and then yeah. I reckon those kind of stuff so we could be done in a couple of days, like 2 or 3 days of doing stuff, but like full-on puzzles like this, like well thought out ones, I reckon would take weeks. Maybe some even like a month. They're in a game in itself. Good old Tower Hanoi though.
Alright, where's my document? Okay. Puzzles. Yeet. Puzzles, yeet. Nice.
Mhm.
Okay, so what I was thinking,
Yeah.
just for like for the first level, like the apartment level.
Mm.
pardon me, well, it's not even a level. It's just a scene. I'll call it a scene for now, for the
Okay.
apartment scene.
All good.
There can be something along the lines of, you go into the game and you're there, and
Mhm.
I'm assuming we need some kind of story. We need a story.
I think we could probably leave the story towards the end because we can always
Sure. I don't know
mm, I think yeah, I think
if
that,
we was to do if he was to do the story, it doesn't have to be the fucking, Last of Us or anything. It can just
Okay,
simply
okay.
be a very linear, something for the player to follow along with. You know what I mean? A sense of purpose in the game, rather than you just going in doing puzzles, trying to work around rooms.
how about yeah.
There's a need.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, you go
Go
in,
on.
there's some kind of, I think it's prologue,
Yeah.
just kind of just to set the scene.
Mhm.
We don't have to figure it out yet, but it should definitely be relevant to the type of puzzles that we want to
Okay.
put into the game. And then after that, we're outside the building. I don't know, there can be like a fucking note outside the building saying that it's locked for whatever reason. You're gonna need this key card,
Mhm.
and then you're gonna have to try and find a key card. Maybe go over to, like, I don't know, fucking, those when you go into like office buildings, there's always like a barrier with a little, I don't know how to explain it.
Was that a security door kind of thing?
Yeah, when you drive up in a car and there's like a little security barrier, and you're going to show the person.
Yeah,
like,
the tag, the
room.
toggle, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe something like one of those nearby or something. I can add it just at the end of that little sketch. I can
Okay.
just have like a little thing, and you can go into there, get the key card, come out, get, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So we need something to do, or some type of puzzle to do before you enter the building.
Oh yeah, okay. So just get used to the scene. Okay, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
How about? I mean, I was gonna say, there's like a student halls in back at Phoenix, where they would have like the underground, London Underground. They got the barricades, like the or in New York with the free pylon blocker to stop people jumping the queue kind of thing. They'd have to pay the toll and push the bar, that kind of thing. So we could have like something like an entrance to the block of flats. To gain access is to use your tag on the thing to allow you to push the bar kind of thing. So I mean that could
Yeah, I like the tag idea. Like, I think having, because apartments usually do have like a buzzer. And unless you have the key, then you can't get in, or you need to buzz to let somebody in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Most apartments are private owned, so if we can have like some kind of like key card thing to get in. And I'm not so sure about the turnstiles though, because apartments don't have turnstiles.
Well, you know what I mean. It's just like whatever's easiest for you.
The idea is definitely
there. Yeah, I mean, if we put that down as I gather would be, I don't know, it'd be a story. So like as a user, I want to like have a prologue before starting the main game, like that displays the story and some basic mechanics of the of the game.
Because then we can kind of have things like press this to be able to turn the camera, press this to interact, just kind of show the player, what. How he does it, or we can completely skip that and just have a controls on the menu. It's either or. But I like the idea of the game implementing tutorials at the start.
No, that's fair. It's something that we can do like a very one-off demonstration, like use your finger to move to the camera, and you tap on objects to zoom in maybe, or use the item box that you have, use the items on this section here, and yeah, we can work with it. I reckon it's just a case of having a clear idea of what we have in that case of like the portrayal of the story, of the actions of the story. So we know what you want to add to it. So, but yeah, I mean, having say like we enter the premises, use tag on this to gain access to the flat. I was thinking like story wise, maybe we just do it like COVID's over kind of thing. People are now exploring or seeing friends more often now, you know, and maybe there's some investigation that can be done, or I don't know, or some party that he wants to go to, or she wants to go to.
Yeah. Yeah, could work. Maybe don't make it so obvious to COVID, but just we can just have like a almost like an Easter egg where it says "Thank goodness the pandemic's over." But
Yeah, yeah,
no reference to it or no words saying COVID or Corona.
yeah. No, that's fair.
Okay, let me just jot some notes down.
Do you want me to start adding some of this stuff to Jira, or are you doing that already?
No, I'm just writing.
Oh, okay, no worries.
On Word.
That's cool. Um, what do you reckon of Microsoft?
I don't even care, honestly.
Oh,
As in,
really?
for me, I don't play Bethesda games apart from Dishonored. That's
Yeah,
all
yeah, I
play.
was saying, yeah. I'm a big.
And I haven't heard anything about Arcane making it. They made Deathloop though, which looks pretty decent.
Yeah, Def looks pretty sweet.
So I'll probably I mean I don't like using the Microsoft Store, but I'll have to if it's a game that I want to play.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not getting an Xbox, so
If that's what it takes to play the next Elder Scrolls, yes, guess I have to do it. Sorry, I'm a big fan of Elder Scrolls.
fair enough. Yeah, all of them like I was thinking of getting Prey because Arcane made it.
Did you ever play the original Prey?
No.
It's so much different from the new one. The old Prey was more like Doom in space, well, wherever. Whereas this kind of Prey is more like, no, like more like a horror game.
It looks pretty spooky.
Yeah.
So I was a little bit scared, but I do still kind of want to play it. So I like Arcane. I like their style. It's very different.
Yeah, supposedly I've streamed for 1,000 hours now. Bird?
GG.
Bird.
Where'd I put that picture? Hmm. So now what I'm thinking is the picture that I drew, maybe rather than the apartment be in the at the back in the corner, have it in the middle,
Hmm.
and then you can turn the camera round to see the back, and there'll be like a little outlet or like a little outhouse,
Hmm.
like a little green, not a greenhouse, but it's like a little fucking shed type thing,
Yeah.
and then the player can go in there.
Have you got like a live stream? Are you doing any drawing at the moment?
No.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what? Where's my tablet? I'm gonna go see if I can plug that in. Oh.
Get it charging up.
Yeah. It's in here somewhere. Here it is. It's not actually mine. I borrowed it off of a friend. Borrowed it off of a friend, and I was like, oh yeah, bro, I've used the tablet. Do you want it? You know, when do you want it back? And he was like, oh, I'll just give it back whenever.
Fair enough.
And I was like, no, bro, this is your tablet. You know, when do you want it back? He was like, there's no rush. I never use it anyway, so. I was like, I still haven't given it back to him yet.
So theoretically, it's yours now. Kind of. Yeah, I forgot I gave Super Mario Odyssey to Jams like 8 months ago. And I was like, fuck yeah, I gotta get my fucking Mario Odyssey back. It's like, shit. That punk probably thinks it's his now. Hmm. Is it a welcome tablet, is it?
Oh no, it's probably a cheap one. Pablo.
Oh, okay.
I can't imagine he spent much on it. It was only like a little hobby type thing that he was doing.
Immediately like start mentioning Huawei or something like that, Huawei or something. Like, what the fuck? And it's got one of those ones. It was like fucking hell. I know they're worth a few hundred. They ain't cheap. Yeah, so with regards to GitHub, I think what I'll do is we'll wait for when Luke has like somewhat of a free day off, and me, Luke, will set it up, and then if you got like a couple hours spare, we can just help you through it, link it up to yours, then you should be good after that. Then what we'll do is we'll just do a few tests that we all understand and go, yeah, okay, I think I got it now. But, I mean, it's not urgent that we do it anytime. As long as the GitHub fucking works, I mean, we can always do some practice anytime, really, before it begins. Watching Twitch at the moment, I'm being lazy. So okay, so I'm just gonna do.
Okay, there we go. What's the hang on. I'm just gonna use Photoshop because I'm most familiar with it.
That's right, no worries, buddy.
Sharp.
Charlie showed me Black Mirror. Have you heard of? Yeah. I kind of like jumped to season 5 and I saw the weirdest and cringiest episode I've ever fucking watched. It's
Yeah,
that
Black
it.
Mirror is weird apparently.
I mean, it's it was about these two guys who get into playing a game and they end up having just sex in the game all the time, and like this guy's like married and he's got a kid, and it's like, okay. I mean, if you played World of Warcraft, I mean, you're practically half of, well, let's say 8% of the lobby was gender, playing a different gender to what they really were, and everyone was like slash kissing everyone anyway. So practically, it's like WoW was already like the most LGBT friendly game of all time. And it's like, this is nothing new to me, but the acting was so cringy. It was like, oh, make a big deal out of this out of nothing. Just imagine going to your wife and going, yeah, dear, I kissed a Draenei last night. I'm sorry I'm cheating on you. What?
That's the yikes from me, dog.
I think it raised some interesting questions, but I just like can't go. This plot's cringy.
Let me sort this out. Hey, yay, yay. Okay, I was just like. Okay. What is going on here? Trying to get this fucking thing to work, but the screen's not turning on now.
What's up? Just on Discord.
No, my little tablet, the screen isn't popping up.
Ugh.
I'm gonna restart my computer because this isn't working.
Yeah, sure. Is it like a USB connection? Is it?
Yeah,
Which port you sticking it in? I know it's a kind of like a
I've tried all of them.
channel. Okay.
Yeah, like it's just that it actually won't appear on tablet on display.
Okay. Have you, do you need to download any software for it?
That's what I'm thinking. So I'm hoping if
Hmm.
I boot it up with it plugged in.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. No worries, dude. Like I say, there's no rush here.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right, buddy. Oh, really? Nice, nice. I'm just going to go through the process to GitHub. I might try it with you, actually, at some point later today if you want. It's pretty fucking hot today. Don't know what it's like in Crawley.
Well, it's like 20 degrees.
Yeah?
I don't, you know me, I don't get hot.
Yeah, you just get fucking cold.
I get fucking freeze.
Um...
Shorts in fucking January. Fucking motherfucker.
Central heating inside. It's 22 for me at the moment. It just feels like it's fucking 27 or something. I think it's because I live in the middle of that two hills. There's fuck all air current. Right. I do have Git that. This computer. Git bash. I do have Git bash. Easy there. Easy. Okay, that done. I'm gonna make. Oh, I'm gonna make this repository private. Gig. Okay.
Come on. Okay, I need to fucking restart my computer again.
That's right. No worries.
Fucking drivers.
Gotta update your NVIDIA drivers.
Depending on your team size. GitHub Desktop is completely free and very easy to use, so we'll be using it. So once you've downloaded and installed Git on your system, the first thing we need to do is set the username and the email address that we'll be using to mark our check-ins, our commits to the repository. That way everybody knows who did the check-in. To do this, we need to launch a command prompt. And from here, we're going to type git config --global user.name and use in quotes your full name or whatever you'd like to use. After that, we also need to set the email with git config --global user.email and then again in quotes.
Line global user.net.
The email address that you'd like to use. We can jump back into Unreal now, and inside of our project, we'll click on the source control button at the top, and then we'll click connect to source control. Using the provider dropdown in the log on the source to type git config --global user.name and then in quotes your full name or whatever you'd like to use. After that, we also need to set the email with git config global user.email, and then again in quotes, the email address that you'd like to use. We can jump back into Unreal now, and inside of our project, we'll click on the source control button at the top, and then we'll click Connect to Source Control. Using the provider dropdown in the login window, we need to select Git. Now in the source control login window, the first option we have here is Git path, and that simply points to your Git installation. You shouldn't need to change this. After this, we have the root of the repository. So this is our local repository. Should be the same as the project folder's location. And from here we have username and email, both of these set from within Git itself using the terminal. Now keep in mind that username and email, these are not your login information for your remote repository. This is simply when you commit changes to the repository. This will simply let people know who made the changes when they're submitted. After this, we have the URL of our remote server, or the origin, and I'm going to paste that in here from GitHub. We want to make sure that we use a git ignore file, so we'll leave that checked. Then we have a basic README file. If we'd like to create one, I'll go ahead and do that now. And let's just change this to source control git ignore file, so we'll leave that checked. The URL of our remote server, or the origin, and I'm going to paste that in here from GitHub. We want to make sure that we use a git ignore file, so we'll leave that checked. Then we have a basic README file. If we'd like to create one, I'll go ahead and do that now. And let's just change this to source control webinar. We also want to enable add a Git attributes file. This will allow us to use the large file system for Git, which will allow us to upload images, binary files like UAsset files, and so forth. After this, we can include an initial comment for our initial commit. I'm just going to leave it at the default of initial commit, and then we need to initialize our project with Git. We can see on the bottom here that it's adding files to the local repository. We'll go ahead and give it a few seconds to finish. Alright, so once that's finished, we can click the Accept Settings button. With that done, we can see our source control button at the top here now has a little icon, a green one with arrows letting us know that we are currently using source control. Let's have a quick look at the project structure now. Inside our Unreal project, we can see we now have a .git folder. Are currently using source control. Let's have a quick look at the project structure now. Inside our Unreal project, we can see we now have a .git folder, as well as a .git attributes file and a .git ignore file. The Git folder is going to contain everything you need for storing branches and commits, all the changes and things you'll be doing. We really don't need to mess with what's in here. If we open Git attributes, we can see that this is where we're specifying which files and folders will be set up to work with the large file system. And in this case, basically anything inside the content folder will work with the LFS system. And this will include all of your UAsset files, images, and whatnot. Opening Git ignore, this allows us to tell Git when we're checking in changes, when we're committing to the repository, to ignore these files and folders. So the first ones here are folders. So we have binaries, derived data cache, intermediate, and saved. We don't want to check any of those into our repository. And then all of these here are going to be file types. So anything with these file types as the extension, we don't want to check in. Obviously, if you did want to check some of these in, you'd need to delete them from this file. And of course, you can add other file types and folders here as well. From here, we need to send our entire project to our remote repository. And we could begin to work in here and add files and make changes and alter things in our project. But anything we do here is going to be checked into just the local repository. The remote repository will serve as our source of truth. It will always contain the version of our project that we want everyone to have access to. The quickest way to send our project to our remote repository is to use the git bash. It's basically a terminal or command prompt, and we can right click in the project folder. And as long as you have Git installed on your computer, you can select Git Bash here from this menu. And this will bring up the Git Bash window. Let's look at some of the commands that we can do in here for Git. First of all, if we type git status, this is going to tell us what the current status of our local repository is. And as we can see, we have an untracked file here. That's going to be our thumbnail, data prep PNG. Now, if we want to add this to the staging area, we would simply type git add and then the file name, or if we want to add everything that needs to be tracked, we'd simply use a period. Now if we do another status, we can see that we no longer have any untracked files, but we do have some files that need to be committed. Again, in this case, our thumbnail. To commit the file to our local repository. Now remember, we're not sending this to the remote. We're sending this currently to our local. We'll type git commit, and then we'll use the M switch to send a comment. And in the comment, we'll type something like initial.
There we go. Get started.
Commit and hit enter.
I have it so close.
or command prompt. We can run thumbnail data.
Yeah.
Just the pen is slightly off by like 10 centimeters.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah, it's following like the size of the tablet is following my main screen,
Yeah.
but I want it to follow. I want the pen to follow the tablet size. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if I was to draw looking at my monitor, it'll be fine. But I don't like doing that. I like drawing looking at the tablet.
Okay. Yeah. It's That's kind of what I had to do with my welcome. Is like you had to learn to look at the screen while the tablet was completely separate,
Yeah.
like using a mouse again.
Prep
And this
NG.
tablet doesn't seem to have its own kind of like property settings. So I don't know. It's kind of weird.
I think shouldn't there be like some buttons or something like that that you can use on there to activate its settings? Because I'm pretty sure there's things that its own inbuilt settings, and it's just that it requires holding down some buttons. Like the welcome tablet, I have to hold down the two topmost buttons on each side and hold them down for like 3 seconds, and then the options come up.
Now, if we want to add this to the staging area, we would simply type git add and then the file name. Or if we want to add everything that needs to be tracked,
Oh. Oh, I think I found it.
Yeah.
Hang on. We may be onto something here.
Oh! I like the sound of that.
we simply use a period. Now, if we do another status, we can see that we no longer have any untracked files, but we do have some files that need to be committed. Again, in this case, our thumbnail. To commit the file to our local repository, now remember, we're not sending this to the remote. We'll type git commit, and then we'll use the M switch to send a comment. And in the comment, we'll type something like initial commit and hit enter. And we can see the commit was successful. If we do a status now, we should see that we have no commits needed. Okay, so these are some of the very basic options we have at the command prompt for working with Git.
Well, let's go. I got it.
Got it. Nice.
I think so.
Nice.
Let's try. Go paint. Paint.
But what we want to really do here is send our local repository over to our remote repository on whatever server we're using. And in this case, that's going to be GitHub. And if we want to see where our server is located, we can always remember type git remote.
Let's
and then
go.
All good?
see there that we
Let's
are
go.
to
Right.
origin,
Nice.
which is located at GitHub.
That's a fucking pog champ if I've ever fucking seen one. Big fucking pog. You.
From here, we'll type git push -2.
Okay.
We're going to push to the origin at GitHub, and we're going to push the master branch. And from here, we simply need to let it run and finish
I still get my second monitor. The second monitor was what was fucking me up.
Fucking
Yeah.
Because I actually have 3. I have 3 monitors, but I don't use the big TV.
Ah, that's fair enough.
Hooked up in case that I'm, doing work stuff,
Hmm.
and then I've got my big TV at the top, where I can just have XQC up there. Or something.
In all his glory.
Yeah,
Well,
but I'll use it on the occasion. But it's plugged in. I haven't plugged it though, just because I think it was giving me grief.
I'm glad that that's sorted now. I think.
Yeah, it's good. Good to get that fucking out of the way.
And I think we're all good, dude, for the repository. I'm pushing something now to the master branch, what I've done on Unreal over here. So if this goes through, I think we're all somewhat set for the repository. So that's 2 big things done then. Turn off Twitch. I'm gonna upload stuff. Then again, it doesn't help that I'm actually streaming at the same time.
True. Great day. That size will be fine.
So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to give you and Luke permission. So I've made it private. So I'm gonna have to give you and Luke permission to.
You don't have to give me permission for anything. Remember, I don't touch that stuff.
Well, no. It's but you'll only be moving objects. You won't be touching code. So that's fine. Yeah. But to be honest, the video part of it will be fine because you'll be. It will be fine. You'll be fine.
I'll be fine.
I mean, what's 3 months worth of work down the drain? I mean, what's that?
Literally.
But that's what the repository's for, though. We can return it back. That's the whole point, though. It all goes to shit. We're gonna be very careful. We're gonna make sure that we're keeping yesterday's version, and if need be, we revert it back a day. $53, 55% now. Let's turn off Twitch. Exit. Let's get rid of Steam as well. I'm here. Yeah, I tell you what. If we're doing like a real big game, like a legit big one, this could take hours to push. So whatever you commit, you better make sure you do it properly. What I want to do is I want you to if you got the chance is to go through that video, and I'll give you the link to the repository so you can download it and see if you get the files as well, and then you go, oh, okay, you see what I see, then you make the changes of just like say the environment, for example, then push them, and then if I see what you're meant to see, then we're all Gucci. Or if you want to, we just leave it till Luke does it. I'm not fussy away. I'm pretty sure we got it sorted now. Jesus. Okay.
Has been pushed to our remote repository, again in this case GitHub. Returning to our repository in GitHub, we can clearly see that the project structure has been updated.
Oh, it's changed.
Content and source directories, as well as our Git attributes and Git ignore files, our project file, our thumbnail, and our README. And you can see the README here has the change that we made inside of Unreal when we did our initial commit. So from this point, obviously, I'm not going to go into detail on how to use GitHub itself feel free to look into the GitHub documentation if you'd like to learn more about it. But let's look at a second way to send our files to GitHub. Another way to send our
Sweet, we have version control, baby. Now the fun begins. Hoo-yah! Uh-ohs, SpaghettiOs. Cool, I'm pretty happy with that. I'll just take a snip of that. Just in case I need reference. GitHub is a mysterious beast. GitHub process. Dude.
You see what I see.
Cool. We even got starter content as well, so. Oh, baby. Right.
Hello. Okay, there we go. Man, making it is going to be so much easier than drawing it. Drawing it, getting the perspective right, is so annoying.
Fine.
Right.
I believe in you, Ty.
So if it's
Alright, I've sent an invite to Luke on that.
Mhm. Mhm.
Do you have a GitHub account? So?
Yeah,
Um,
pretty sure. I'd have to find out what it is though.
that's fair enough. When you do, just tell me what your name is on it, and I can send you an invite to the private repository. But that is, it's no urgent rush or anything. It's just making sure that we can all understand how we can commit stuff. But now it's looking. Oh, I'm so fucking happy. This is the only thing that I was really concerned about. Not actually doing the project. It was like, oh my god, how the fuck are we going to sort out a repository on this? It was a fucking nightmare last time. Baby. Oh,
Maybe, baby.
hoggers. Hoggers.
Poggers. Baby, baby.
I like that Peepo high. Did you see the link to the guy that did it? Like, he was getting reaction from all the streamers, and there was some there was some like German lady watching it. And
Oh, the
she
Russian one.
yeah, she was like in tears. It's like, I don't know. And that was just like on the scooter. I was like, oh, it's so cute. That's fucking brilliant.
Right,
Ugh.
last one.
That's what I do.
I've almost done it.
Alright.
Fuck off.
What it is, I'll change the readme on this as well.
Remember all the fucking shortcuts. Pressing. Going on.
Cool. well stacked that. Oh, it begins. Well, poggers all round.
Many poggers indeed. Okay. Right, this is very, very bare bones, but it's just a.
Right.
How do I share screen? I forget.
Right click, I believe. Oh no, there you go. So see where if you look down to bottom left corner, it says voice
Oh, share your
connected.
screen.
Yes, share your screen.
Go live. Oh,
Okay. Nice, nice.
okay. So you can see how bare bones it is, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But so you got. How do I? Hang on. Where's my little? You see my cursor?
Yeah, I see your cursor.
Okay, cool. So this is like the road, car park, this thingy, majig, hammond, and then the door,
Mm-hmm.
and then we can have like this could be. Wait, how do I feel? Feel cool. That can be like brown. That's meant to be brown.
Mhm.
Or like we can have like a little pathway, just kind of showing here,
Sure.
and then like you turn this camera, and then it's like this, and then you see like the house behind it,
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I get you.
and then you can go in.
Mhm.
I haven't done anything inside yet, but you can like go in, get something, or whatever,
Mhm.
and then come back to the thing.
Yeah.
Maybe again it doesn't open, and maybe it's like, oh no, there's maybe there's another entrance, and then
Mm-hmm.
you turn it again, and then you can see like there's a door behind.
Okay.
You can try there,
Yeah.
but you get the idea. It's just to
Mhm.
kind of
Mhm.
show the player how to turn the camera.
That's
You
pretty.
know,
pretty sick.
I kind of like the idea of it being here and then behind them.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Nice.
just as a way to show the player like the different kind of gameplay, or not gameplay, but just like the mechanics of the game.
No, no, no. That's a great idea.
To go and find stuff to use.
I mean,
other places,
yeah, yeah.
for other places and stuff.
Yeah, I think it's really good. I think it gives us a good platform that me and Luke can have something like this. It's quite basic without with no actual was it puzzles to think about to add to the level. We can just focus on something that's bare bones and do basic movements and zooming in cameras and stuff like that. No, no, that's fine, dude. That's great.
Do these kind of things just to give you guys ideas as to where things are and what
Yeah, yeah.
is.
Yeah, if you just like add some notes and all that to like the main sections that you want and that how you want it to play out, me and Luke can preempt that and go, all right, okay, so we need to have this and this kind of like ready to go. And when Ty brings all the assets in, we'll just apply it all to that, and then we should be about 90% done.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Calm.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. These are happy. Yeah, what we do is if you can, when you are finished with, you know, like pictures and all that and describe it, put them into Jira like I did previously, and you have like, you know, like the actual showcase of this inside Jira. So if we need it for reference, we can just go, right, okay, got it.
Okay, that's fine.
That's looking sick, man. Poggers.
Poggers.
Poggers. That's good. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've already added something already similar, like your your previous picture. So you can just add it here in as a user. I would like to have a main menu start screen to introduce game. So you can just add all the add attachments and then just drag your pictures into that effectively. And then we've got a nice little collection. Stuff. Oh dear. I'm psyched for this, Ty. So fucking psyched for this. It's gonna be crazy where we will be, hopefully, within 3 months. Probably you and Luke will probably have more grey hairs than me.
I don't think that's possible, dude. Sorry. Okay. I need to make a file. I need more hard drive space. I need to buy a fucking other hard drive, honestly.
Really?
Yeah. When I get an NVMe.
What does that mean to me? NVMe. I never heard of that actually.
NVMe. It's like an SSD, but it's
Is
like
it-
NVMe SSD.
Oh, is it the better versions now? The upgrade
Yeah, so
version.
it's really that you put
okay.
straight into the motherboard.
Oh wow. Okay. Sick. That's pretty fucking sick.
Yeah, they're pretty good. It's like the size of a stick of gum. That's what it's like.
Holy shit. That's fucking.
Yeah. And you can get like 1 terabyte, 2 terabytes, and they're even quicker than SSDs. It is an SSD, but it's
It's like a ramped up version.
insane. 4 times as fast.
4 times as fast. Holy fuck.
Yeah. The new ones, at least, like Generation 4.
Yeah, I've still got like Generation 1, I think. So. I would like to, what I'm intending to do if I do find work is like build a brand new computer, play from the ground up, just keep what I've got here, and then I'm gonna like get like a fucking i9, a 380, just fucking make it a monster.
Don't get Intel, get AMD.
Tell me.
No. Yeah, it's just not worth it, honestly. I got i9 and I regret it.
Oh really? Can I have yours then?
If I get an AMD. Actually, no, I'd have to change my whole fucking system.
yeah.
CPUs anyway.
I'll wait for the i11 then, maybe. The i11. Or I. All right, cool. Good progress.
Call in my folder. What should I call my folder? This folder?
This is in Jira.
No, as in. What should I call this project folder?
Just call it intro details or something like intro level details.
Ah, that's boring though. Sounds memey.
I don't know. Juicer flat.
Juicer. I'll just call it juicer. I'll just call it juice actually.
It's gonna find out like half like your folders are called juicer. It's like, oh no, juicer 1, juicer 2, juicer for fuck's sakes. So this is like Ty's ploy of not being able to be fired because only he knows how this folder system works.
Export as juicer 2. Wait, hang on, no. That's not the right juicer. Wait, it is the right juicer. Hang on.
Hmm.
Huh. Juicer 3. Let's go.
I'm setting now.
I'm not really calling them juice. I've called my folder juicer. I'm not calling the pictures juicers though. Don't worry, it's okay.
Please don't.
File, export as. Alright, my 4 juicers, nice.
Oh, I'm gonna need a shave after this. When I finish streaming, I'll have a shave and a shower.
Shave and shower.
Yeah.
One, two, three, 4. Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nam nam, nam, nam. Fuck the weebs.
Ay, 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 ay.
Oh, Jira shit. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, so obviously modeling epics, and then click on, as a user, I'd like to have a main menu, start screen, blah, blah, blah. Trying to make sure that you can make adjustments where needed. And it also helps as well if there is certain functionality or certain thing you want us to do as a programmer wise, just add it in the programmer section as a as a task, not a story.
Okay.
So it's almost a little bit like you're the product owner as well, sorts. It is kind of like your vision of sorts. Oh dear. Uh. You got any problems with Jira, just give me a shout.
Yeah, it's calm.
I'm
I'm just scrolling Reddit at the moment.
oh yeah, well, oops. Well, full enough. Now you say that.
I got in a bit of a wormhole.
Yeah, I'm like fucking around with Twitch and Reddit at the moment. I mean, we've kind of apart from after this, I guess we just then got to work into what assets we need to focus on afterwards, like get them down on Jira, and then that's done.
Yeah.
And then I really think the first sprint is somewhat done. Like we're already prepped for it. Then I gather we just say, right, okay, we'll spend the next 3 weeks building this, and then we'll work towards the second sprint, which I think will take longer. I reckon that'll be a 4-week one.
For sure. Let me put these. Okay.
How many weeks do we have till Christmas? And 12. 12 weeks. 12 weeks, Ty, to get it done. No pressure. Do it in 3. Actually, let's do it in 3-week stints. So 3, 6, 9, 12. So we have 4 stints that we effectively do. Yeah, fuck it. 3-week stints. Fuck's sake. Most popular on fucking trending today, ask Reddit. If jacking off was a competitive sport, what would some team names be? Fucking hell.
What's top comment?
Oh, that's a good shout, actually. Who is it? Not the Cockers or something. Are you over? The New York Wankies. Oh, God.
Oh wow.
God. And second highest versus the Boston Redcocks. Oh, God. The Memphis Jizzlers. Washington Foreskins versus the Dallas Cumboys. Oh my God. I'm dying. Los Angeles Lubes. Oh my God. The One Pump Chumps. Oh my God. I was thinking New York Yankees. Oh. Chicago would have the Chubs and the Whitecocks. Oh. Utah Jizz. Okay. There's some pretty good ones here. Made me cringe and made me laugh. Top broadcast is a chicken. Jesus. God. That crab's like a fucking armored tank.
Do you see your tire? Let's get serious. Let's get serious. You see the line that separates these? Now come over here. Come over here. Come on. This is just for fun. This is just for fun. No, come here. Look. Just for fun. Look. And then look at this. But look, I'm perfectly between the lines. Look, oh, I'm actually hugging this side a little too much.
Oh my god. Jesus. That's pretty fucking good. Jesus. Fuck's sakes. Ty, have you seen that Patrick vented one of taking a piss out of Among Us? Holy
Is it the one where he's like,
wee woo.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh my god. That's so fucking funny. Comedy's been top notch on Reddit so far. Fucking hell. Jesus. I bet you fucking regretting it, his car. Fucking hell. Jesus, that's crazy. Oh, fuck's sakes.
what I was doing.
Jira, adding stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's it.
That's all I remember. Everything else has been thinking about sports teams with sexualized names and all.
True. Okay, well, I've just added a new epic, just like outside apartment, just as for that scene, so we can, I guess, write any of the things that need to be done
Yeah, sure.
for that area.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I don't know what to put in the backlog, but
Well, the backlog is just the entirety, the general things to do. So it's not like you have to label them. We can always go through the list before we actually start the sprint going. Is everyone happy with that being added for the sprint? And blah blah blah. Does this all make sense? Blah blah blah.
yeah.
So it's no big deal. Oh sure, yeah. Okay. So, orange. That apartment.
But yeah, I think I was probably just gonna keep it super simple, as in puzzle wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could definitely do that.
Level. So it'll probably, I'd probably be inclined to just kind of do something along the lines of note on the door, can't get in, need a key card. Player kind of like looks around, finds the thing at the back, goes in. There's another little, you can like another little room. Finds it under, I don't know, in a drawer or something. You know, goes back to the door, goes in.
Yeah,
So it's a very, very simple thing,
that's cool.
just to introduce the player to like the game and the environment and whatnot.
That's all cool, dude. I mean, that's fine by me.
And then you can get into the real nitty gritty puzzle stuff once you go inside the door, the room or the apartment.
Yes, fair. I mean, yeah, it's...
Yeah, I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna go eat.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream and call that a bit about Nevis. Yeah, get some dinner and like have a shower and a shave and all that kind of shit. I don't know. I'm tempted to go around Charlie's actually. Like tomorrow, go back to Brighton. His girlfriend was over a couple of days back, and Rod, who's like a friend of his from Hong Kong. But yeah, Charlie's been having some troubles. But nothing too serious. Yeah. Nothing too serious. Like, well, it's kind of like private for him, I feel.
Yeah,
but
yeah, of course.
but yeah,
Well, let him, you know. Give
he's
him
alright
advice.
though. I will do. Will do. Yeah, I'm probably gonna crash around his or something for like the week.
Yeah, okay, that's cool.
Alright, dude.
Alright, in a bit, dude. Peace.
Yeah, cheers, dude, for sticking it out, and I'll see you next time, whenever.
Yeah, that's calm.
Alright, buddy. Bye bye. Right, guys. Well, that's me done. I think I'll done a real good amount of progress, and yeah, fuck it. We're gonna leave it as it is for until next time. All right, thanks for tuning in. I'll see you next time.